Good morning, everyone. This particular hearing that we have put together is a combination of the transportation and the judiciary. So it is a joint hearing of two standing committees in the Senate. And this is the first of a number of hearings that I anticipate this committee will have, and it would be deemed, for no other, a better description, an informational hearing. And by that I mean we're not entertaining testimony on bills. We're not voting. We are here to gather information. So first of all, I want to welcome our guests that have come here today. I want to welcome the press, and I want to welcome my colleagues in the Senate, both on the Transportation Committee and on the Judiciary Committee, and thank you for being here this morning. I'm going to run through just an explanation of what we're doing and how I anticipate we are going to run this committee. That will, I hope, answer questions that you may have. First of all, I want to talk to you about the purpose of the hearing. These hearings that we are going to have, and I anticipate there's going to be 5 or 6 of them in total. First of all, they're not about police reform, and they are not about defunding or reorganizing a police department. What these hearings are designed to do is to talk about the events that followed and occurred between May 26th and June 10th. Now, specifically as to the police reform issue, currently there is a Department of Human Rights investigation that is ongoing. There is a request for a pattern and practice investigation that Senator Senjum, Senator Ingebretson, and myself have requested. Senators Klobuchar and Smith have requested the same pattern and practice investigation to be conducted by the Department of Justice. So those are issues that will be covered in a different topic, a different time, a different set of hearings. What we're going to talk about during these hearings is what occurred in that period after Mr. Floyd was killed. And that, in terms of a timeline in my mind, is May 26th through June 10th. And during that period of time, there were riots, there was looting, there was destruction of private and public property. And I view those as being very, very serious criminal activity. Arson, for instance, is one of the most serious crimes that is on our books. So what I am hoping that we can do with this series of hearings is to eliminate the rumors and the innuendos and, frankly, the outright falsehoods that are circulating through our community. What I'm alluding to is that we really don't know what the facts are. And in order for us to have a meaningful participation, we have to know what the facts are. I want to provide information to the public as to what those true facts are. That is part of the process. But I also think that, as members of the Senate, I have no doubt that there is legislation coming our way. Some of that legislation may involve fiscal issues, such as bonding or LGA or other issues that we will be asked to help restore the city of Minneapolis or St. Paul. I also think that there is going to be policy bills that will be generated out of the activity that occurred after May 26th. And I think it's important that as members of the Senate, we understand what the facts are before we begin entertaining legislation that is sure to come our way. I've already discussed the makeup of the committee, and to that end, because this is not an ad hoc committee, I would not be inclined to invite members of the Senate to come in and participate that are not members of the two standing committees. As far as procedure is concerned, there's going to be several hearings over a variety of topics to help you members. I would anticipate that in the week following the 4th of July, there would be a couple of hearings, and then the week after that, there would be maybe 1 or 2 more hearings. I thought about having the hearings run back to back, but that created a real problem for staff in creating the necessary agenda. It also created a problem in contacting testifiers to come in and testify at the hearing. So we have decided we're going to run this over a period of about 3 weeks. As the agendas are confirmed, we will notify you in terms of the, I know Senator Cohen talked to me just a few minutes before we commenced this hearing, and he had some ideas as to topics to put on a future agenda. And I have indicated to Senator Cohen, please get that information to us, and as we put the agendas together, we can consider that. And I would indicate the same to other members of the Senate. If you have ideas, get them to us, and we'll do our best to shuffle those into our upcoming agendas. I would not anticipate that the hearings are going to be the normal 1.5-hour hearings that we customarily have. I would think that these hearings are probably going to last a minimum of 2.5 hours, perhaps 3.5 or 4 hours. And the reason for that specifically is I think it's important that we listen very hard to what our testifiers are going to say. And then I want to be in a position to provide each member an opportunity to ask our testifiers any questions that they may have. And oftentimes in our Senate hearings lasting an hour and a half, we get to the point where we have to begin cutting people off, and I'm always uncomfortable with that, but we have that schedule. We've got some time here, and so keep that in mind, please. The hearings themselves will consist of both some videos that have been put together and in-person testifiers. Written testimony can be submitted to the committee. I can tell you that we have had some written testimony that has been forwarded to us. I believe I've accepted 1 or 2 of the submissions as being relevant to this hearing. I have kept the others. I think that they would probably be relevant to a hearing in the future, and I will be considering including them at that time. As far as this room is concerned, we have worked with the sergeant's office regarding attendance in the room. And there are 2 simultaneous concerns that we are dealing with. And the first is COVID. We have to practice social distancing, and we have to practice safety on behalf of the guests that we have come in, for our members and our staff. And consequently, the attendance that you see in the room is quite scattered, but that's on purpose. The hand sanitizers are in the room, and Senator Dibble was kind enough to provide us with some guidance on attendees, which we have sent out to each of the members, which I would request that you specifically read. The other thing that is of concern to us in terms of this room is security, given the civil disobedience that has occurred in the immediate past. And we're very concerned about some kind of a disturbance. And so with the security concerns and with the COVID concerns, the folks that are going to be allowed in the room would be the members, our staff, our invited guests, and the press. The public will be able to watch what is going on. These hearings will be live streamed by the Senate, and the public will be able to watch as that goes on. And so, again, a lot of what we are doing, we want to do this in terms of an in-person hearing, but we are somewhat limited in terms of space. We're going to allow some opening comments after I am done with sort of telling you how this is organized. And I intend to recognize Senator Limmer as the chair of the Judiciary Committee. I also intend to recognize the minority leads of the Judiciary and the Transportation Committee for any opening statements that they may have. I will limit the opening statements to just those individuals. But again, I would remind members that you will have ample opportunity to ask any questions that you have and make any appropriate statements or comments relative to the topic of today's hearing after our testifiers have testified. I would ask that when you want to ask questions, we are kind of scattered out, get the attention of Mr. Calusa, or we have LAs scattered in the room, get their attention, and let me know that you want to get on the list and you will be recognized. Next, I want to talk about decorum, and I think this is really, really important. I would ask that you keep your questions and comments specific to the topic of the day. Remember that you will have other topics and other days in which you are going to be able to ask questions which are relevant to that particular day's topic and that particular day's agenda. Today, we are going to be talking specifically about the damages to businesses during the riots. We have invited guests here that have volunteered to come in and testify and tell us their story, and I would ask that you honor that by keeping on track. I will tell you that if we wind up getting off track and entering into areas that are not germane to today's topic, I will intervene, and I would hope that that will not be necessary. We are going to be delving into issues that are pretty emotionally charged, and that is understandable. But I would ask that you keep your questions, again, relevant. They should not be argumentative, and they should not be hostile. But that doesn't mean that you don't have the right to ask hard questions or make hard comments. But there is a civil way to do that, and I would just ask that you remember that this is a Senate hearing, and this is the Minnesota Senate. And I'm really convinced that it's our responsibility, irrespective of political affiliation, to take the lead and do what is necessary to solve the problems that we have most recently seen exhibited in our communities. The topic of today's hearing is businesses that were damaged and destroyed beginning May 26th and thereafter. And I will be calling on each individual guest to come up and give their testimony after we have gone through all of our testifiers, and I think we have 6, if I'm not mistaken. At that point, I will move towards opening this committee up to member questions. So if you could hold your questions until everyone has testified, I would just as soon let our guests come up and tell their story first, and then you would be at liberty to just ask any general question that you have on today's topic or specific to any of the testifiers. That concludes my opening remarks, and so at this time I would recognize Chairman Limmer of the Judiciary committee regarding any of his opening remarks. Chairman Limmer.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comments will be brief. I first want to thank you and the others and your staff for helping us put together this forum. I believe it's vitally necessary to review some of the facts of what transpired in the aftermath of George Floyd's death. I want to thank you for making the time and giving us the direction to have this. I think it's important to have these hearings in public, in person, rather than Zoom conferences. There's quite a bit of limitation to Zoom conferences, and I think this is an issue that is rightfully put before our committee in this fashion. I wanted to remind members of an article found in our state constitution, and it really speaks to the events that we are talking about today, and that's Article 1 of our state constitution. It's actually Article 1, Section 1. It's found in the Bill of Rights of our state constitution. If I could read it to you, the object of government. Government is instituted for the security, benefit, and protection of the people, in whom all political power is inherent, and together with the right to alter, modify, or reform government whenever required by the public good. It's kind of interesting that our founders made that Article 1, Section 1 of our Constitution. The very purpose of government is the protection of our citizens. That can be directed toward the death of George Floyd, and it can also be directed toward the events in the aftermath that occurred after that incident. In the aftermath of the death of George Floyd, I believe we all watched the riots, the looting and burning, and I, as a policymaker, was thinking of that Article 1, Section 1 of our state constitution. And did we live up to the protection of our citizens? And so it's rightful that we have a discussion about what occurred and how government responded in these events. We all enjoy a right to be protected. It's in our law. I had constituents, many of them were mad, infuriated, and more importantly, fearful, as well as newscasters that were talking in live format on our televisions those nights. And the question kept coming up, where is the police? Where is the fire emergency personnel? Where was the government to protect life and property? Then we also began the discussion that we heard about dismantling police departments at the very time that lawlessness was occurring on the streets of our major cities. Well, I'm hoping that these hearings are fact-finding purposes and that these hearings, in my opinion, are to find the truth. And the truth may be uncomfortable, but the truth nevertheless has to be pursued. Today, small businesses will be here. We're expecting to hear some truth from them, not only from them, but for the rest of our citizens in our state. Many of these businesses are a reflection of a lifetime of work, a lifetime of investment, a lifetime of sacrifice, a lifetime to make their families better and perhaps leave something for their families way after the adults are gone. I think it's important for us to pause and listen. There are lessons to be learned here in these committee hearings, and the whole purpose is to improve government's response in the future. So having said those words, Mr. Chairman, I'll give the chair back to you, I'll give it back to you.
Thank you, Chairman Limmer. I would now call on the Minority Lead of the Transportation Committee, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this opportunity to provide some opening comments. To be clear, I wanted to say at the outset that everyone in Minnesota, everyone in my caucus is interested in learning the truth of what happened during the moments of unrest in Minneapolis and St. Paul. These are some important things to know. And I do want to express on behalf of my colleagues and my constituents that I hope that we're here with open minds and open hearts to find out that truth of a very, very complex set of dynamics that led to the civil unrest. And I hope we're not here on a curated, non-objective, one-sided effort to create a predetermined political narrative that assigns blame and has as its focus the elections in November. But I'm skeptical, and I just want to lay out why I'm skeptical of why we're here. As soon as the unrest started to occur, I heard the majority leader on the radio not expressing concern for a community that was traumatized by the death of George Floyd, just the latest in a long history of innocent and unarmed black men killed by the police. Rather, every other word out of his mouth was Governor Walz. It was an unrelenting and unseemly attack at a very unfortunate moment on him. And then later, we saw the very disreputable letter from Bob Kroll, the president of the Minneapolis Police Union. And in that letter, we find out there were private conversations between the majority leader and Bob Kroll about undermining the authority of the governor and the mayors. This is the same union president who embraces the US president who tweets out white power pronouncements. It's the same union president who characterizes peaceful protesters as terrorists. Secondly, as you've stated earlier, an examination into police practices is going on elsewhere. That is true in the other chamber, in the larger community, as initiated by the Attorney General and the Walz administration with the report that they turned in a number of months ago. So if we are going to take this opportunity to spend many hours on end examining what happened in the aftermath of yet another killing of an unarmed black man, which was, I'll add, a slow, agonizing, and dehumanizing death, why can't we spend that time trying to root out how to explain how that can happen? The other chamber spent numerous hours considering a wide array of bills and ideas. Most importantly, leadership on these matters was invested in the very communities most directly affected and their elected representatives from those communities. When the failure on the part of our Senate to do the same was articulated on our floor, what was the response? An attempt to sabotage good faith amendments to a curated package of ineffectual bills, treating our members of color with the level of personal disrespect and disdain that I have never witnessed in this chamber. And I would be remiss to remind us if we could still be in session today, right now, working through all of those issues around criminal justice, police transparency, oversight, accountability, and what community and public safety really means. But it was the decision of the Republican majority leader to precipitously adjourn the special session sine die, shut it down, and turn his back on Minnesotans crying out for change. If we're concerned about repairing the businesses and the economy along Lake Street, University Avenue, in North Minneapolis, why aren't we having hearings in the Commerce Committee setting or in the Capital Investments Committee setting? We really cannot talk about this, my third point, unless we really are talking about what's going on with our economy and our democracy. The fact is that both are rigged to benefit the already privileged and to make rich people richer. We see seemingly unending legislative bills from this chamber to keep more people from voting, keeping more people from participating in their own democracy, attempts to benefit the wealthy and profitable corporations through the tax code, eliminating laws that protect consumers, public health, and our environment. We've seen in real time elections all across this country outright stolen through laws that keep people of color and indigenous people from fair access to voting. Right here in the Twin Cities, we see the wealth gap growing between communities of color, the Black community, and the majority culture community, white people. We see all of the trends in health outcomes, home ownership, access to transportation that gets people going to where they need to go. All of those indicators are moving in the wrong directions. Fourth, if Senate Republicans are actually interested in bringing the state together, why was I first contacted personally on Sunday about these plans? And many of my suggestions for changing the direction and focus of these hearings don't appear to be being followed. None of my other colleagues in Minneapolis and St. Paul have been contacted. The only contact I know that the city of Minneapolis and the city of St. Paul have received are very aggressive, high-handed requests for information on a timeline that is completely impossible to meet and geared towards particular conclusions. So that brings us to today, the first in a long, drawn-out series of hearings, so-called. And the Republican Senate has deemed that it is more virtuous that they only be conducted in person, no matter the fact that we are in the midst of a dangerous and deadly pandemic. So anyone not willing to expose themselves or their families to danger are deliberately excluded. The public is not here, other than to passively watch online. I'll note for the record that the suggestions and guidance that went out include wearing masks. We're seeing spikes occurring, shocking spikes occurring in other parts of the country that opened up too aggressively, and still a refusal to acknowledge that we face real danger here in Minnesota and treating each other with disdain by exposing ourselves to each other and the possibility of transmitting something that could potentially be deadly to ourselves or someone we love. Like I said, no one in the DFL caucus is afraid of the truth. Any incident can benefit from hindsight, and we can learn from it. I myself have questions about decisions that were made and some serious concerns about police actions that may have unnecessarily increased tension, were overly aggressive, and violated basic constitutional human rights, especially around unreasonable search and seizure, movement, expression, and assembly. So some of us are willing to risk our health and our family's health to be here to watch, to listen, and to hold this institution accountable, hold ourselves accountable to the very sacred trust we hold in the hopes that we can deliver justice for George Floyd. And Mr. Chair, I know that this isn't protocol, but I know Senator Little had something he wanted to say or do.
Yeah.
If I could.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Dibble, I am not going to entertain statements by,
Mr. Chair, it's 20 seconds.
I am not going to entertain statements by senators other than those that I have indicated.
Mr. Chair.
If you are done with your opening statement, Senator Dibble?
Mr. Chair, I believe I have the same right to speak as any other senator here, and I would give that same courtesy to anybody
Senator
here.
Dibble, would you indicate, please, whether you are done with your opening statement?
Well, I'm happy to just give my statement then, Senator Dibble, which is I am very happy that we're
Senator
having
Little,
this
you may
hearing.
step out of the room and make any statement that you wish.
Thank you.
We
Thank you,
are
Chair.
going to abide by protocol.
Thank you, Chair.
I
just wanted to say I'm really thankful that we're doing
Please
these
do
hearings.
not force me to call you out of order. Please don't make me do that. If you wish to
Mr.
step
Chair?
out of the room and make any statement that you wish, you go right ahead.
Mr. Chair.
I have indicated that I am going to recognize the minority leads of the two respective standing committees. And if I allow you to make an opening statement, then every single member on this committee is going to be able to do the same. You
I
will have
understand.
ample
I want to thank the small businesses for coming here. I think representation
ample opportunity.
in these topics matters, so I will be giving my seat up to Senator Torres Ray, and I wanted to notify you of that because I believe representation matters in the topics that are to come, especially as important as these small businesses are. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Latz is not able to join us because he does not feel safe here. So I believe there are other members of the Democratic caucus who wanted to make statements on behalf of Senator Latz. I think Senator Little is one of them. Senator Torres Ray may also be another one. So, Mr. Chairman, I think that we generally allow a great deal of latitude when senators wish to speak, and I would just advise you to please give them the latitude. Thank you.
Senator Pappas, if I may inquire, is Senator Little or Senator Torres Ray on the Judiciary Committee? I know that you are, but I'm not.
Mr. Chairman, that brings up a good point. Why in the world, with all due respect, is the Transportation Committee conducting these hearings? I would question that. That does not seem appropriate. So since this is highly inappropriate for the Transportation Committee, then perhaps we should allow other things that you deem inappropriate, because I deem this to be fairly inappropriate.
I guess I'm not going to comment as to whether or not it's appropriate for the Senate Transportation Committee to be involved. However, Senator Dziedzic, is either Senator Torres-Ray or Senator Little on the Judiciary Committee? I do know that you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am on the committee. Senator Little and Senator Torres-Ray are not, but I would yield my time to them if they would like to speak. On behalf of Senator Latz, who is not able to attend today.
Senator Dziedzic, with Senator Latz not being here, if there is a member of the Judiciary Committee that wishes to make an opening statement, I will recognize that senator.
Thank you, Senator Newman. I was not told beforehand to make a statement, but I will again reiterate Senator Latz is the lead, and he did not feel comfortable and was unable to attend today. I agree that we should all be interested in finding the truth, and I believe we should also all look forward. How can we as a legislature work together to address and resolve these issues? Senator Limmer mentioned that the Constitution in the Bill of Rights of Minnesota says that security for the benefit and protection of the people. We can protect people in a lot of ways. Who protected George Floyd? We are here today because Mr. George Floyd died. My sympathies to his family. We all saw the video. It was horrific. The world is watching us. Senator Limmer also mentioned that we need to be here to listen, and I agree. I agree we need to listen to everyone, including our Senate members of color and Indigenous, but also those communities, people of color and Indigenous, who have been impacted by police brutality and by the disparities in this state. Again, the world is watching. We need to lead. We need to act so that we help all Minnesotans. And let's not forget what started all of this, and that was the death of Mr. Floyd.
Thank you, Senator Dziedzic. We will at this time move to the video that has been prepared.
Last night I got a call from a friend and a dedicated public servant. Senator Torres-Ray called in her district, and it was on fire. And there weren't any police there. There weren't any firefighters. There was no social control, and her constituents were locked in their house wondering what they were going to do. That is an abject failure that cannot happen.
There were millions of Americans and Minnesotans certainly watching on their TV screens as this unfolded last night. There was almost a complete lack of visibility of local police, state police, National Guard. After much fanfare about how the National Guard was coming in, people watched buildings burn, public and private. How could there not have been a clear mission for the National Guard when they were called in and you knew things were going to happen last night?
Yeah, I will let my leadership come back up there. You're absolutely right, and I think that speaks to itself that by shortly after 10 o'clock, it became apparent that that structure would go. The way this works is the mayors ask and they take charge and lead on the missions. I'll let the folks come up here said, I see that too. I think the decision to not engage. And I want to.
Well, we're continuing to follow what's happening in the 3rd precinct right now. It has really devolved into mayhem and chaos in that part of the city.
Parts of Minneapolis are unrecognizable to people today, damaged by fire and looting.
Destruction and outrage continue across the Twin Cities tonight. Well, this is the most important question of tonight. We have not heard from any of our city leadership, nor have we heard from Governor Walz about tamping down this violence.
Much of the area between South Minneapolis and Uptown is in ruins right now.
From miles away, the chaos and destruction in South Minneapolis was evident all night. It's much clearer as you arrive near the 3rd precinct. In the morning, the shouts of protesters have mostly given way to the buzzing of alarms at stores. Every business you see within 2 blocks of the police station is damaged. Many are still on fire. Here, a Metro PCS store burns with no one there to put it out.
Devon, we know you're joining us on the phone because where you were in your live location was no longer safe. Can you describe where you were and what was happening?
Yeah, Julie, it seems as though things have gone from bad to worse since we've been out here since this afternoon, really. Well, the protesters headed down to that direction and started breaking into the bank of the parking lot where we were parked. The U.S. Bank windows are bust out right now as a result of people taking bats to the windows. You know, a lot of things happening out here, and it's very unfortunate, you know, for some of the businesses that have been destroyed, literally destroyed as a result of everything that's unfolded out here tonight.
We're waking up this morning to devastation in Minneapolis. Peaceful protests transitioning into violence and looting. One man is dead and another is in custody after a shooting near the demonstrations. Some buildings up in flames, others seriously damaged. An apartment complex that was under construction on 29th Street has burned to the ground. This is near the corner of 29th Street and 27th Avenue. The fire could be seen from miles away. The Wendy's nearby also burned, in addition to several other buildings around the area. Our crews captured some people trying to save their neighborhood as buildings burned. You can see people doing what they can, grabbing buckets of water, trying to stop the flames from spreading. Really emotional, heartbreaking video.
We've had a number of fires set. We've had a bad amount of looting, just widespread civil disobedience. And it's unfortunate. It's sad.
What building is that? Enterprise. Thanks, man. It's a furniture barn. It's filled with looters.
That this much damage was done despite your efforts?
Well, unfortunately, seeing everything else, I can believe it. But yeah, O'Reilly Auto Parts had shutters that they were closed down, and so that's hard to believe that anybody got through there. And we boarded up these windows. There's only 3 banks of windows here, and somehow they pried through and did what they did. So.
We're on Lake and Minnehaha right now, standing in the middle of a shopping center, one of several that has just been either broken into or burned to the ground. This is a Wendy's. You can see just the char, the devastation of this business that has been burned. There's even, you can see some of the kitchen equipment inside, just kind of putting things in perspective. Now, right across from me is an Aldi's. There is also a Target and a Cub Foods right across the street. All 3 of those businesses were broken into. There were looters that were going well into the morning, honestly, taking stuff from inside.
It's scaring the hell out of me, man. It's just getting worse and worse, and they're burning our community to the ground.
This is like complete anarchic carnage. This doesn't even take all of this, man, to get justice and have people's voices be heard.
How was last night?
Scary. I live in the high-rise right back here, and I seen them as they came down Lake Street. But then they turned and started coming over here, and I'm sitting out looking out my window. And they went straight to Office Max, the dollar store, and every store over here that I go to. I have nowhere to go now. I have no way to get there because the buses aren't running. These people did this for no reason. It's not going to bring George back here. George is in a better place than we are. Last night, I'm going to be honest, I wish I was where George was because this is ridiculous. These people are tearing up our livelihood. This is the only place I could go to shop. And now I don't have anywhere to go. I don't have anywhere to get there.
I know you mentioned, being in your home last night, and you did have some folks that were helping, holding the ground. And you see some cleanup right now as well. There are signs of hope, but I can see the frustration still.
When the National Guard came down 31st and they realized that they were coming down 31st, they tried to run in the building where I live at. And they couldn't get in because there was security there, and I'm glad they were there. Because if they had got in that building, there's no telling where they would have hid to stay safe and try to mess with us inside the building because we're handicapped. And I'm not trying to use handicap as a crutch, but there are certain things I can and cannot do. And for them to do what they did last night was just stupid. It was ignorant. Now what are you going to do? Where are you going to shop at? Half the people probably don't even live in Minnesota. They don't care.
Stephanie, thank you so much, and I hope you find some peace.
Minneapolis, I think, represents, and it's a very sad day that got out of control like this because they came in and they had all the way up and down Lake Street. They're looting and ripped everything up and broke everything and completely totaled the store.
They had broken into the Walgreens, and when I saw that, I just had a feeling. I turned around and I came back, and by the time I got here, they were breaking into the store, throwing rocks in all the windows and everything.
The window is busted and furniture inside of this furniture store on University Avenue destroyed. It's hard enough for anyone to be a business owner, but for some minority business owners, generations of hard work destroyed like that.
Trying to help soften the blow of what might be.
On University Avenue, in the heart of the Midway neighborhood, there's a cluster of Black-owned businesses trying to preserve history and prevent destruction.
Elsa's House of Sleep. It's my mom's business. My mom started this business in 1997, and we've been running this business since she passed away in 2004.
But the owner of Elsa's and the small business owners surrounding him haven't slept.
No, we haven't been getting any sleep these past few nights.
I don't even know the time. I've been up since like 7 o'clock yesterday, and we actually stayed out here all night last night.
Tim Wilson owns Urban Lights Music. He says they called for help, but nobody came. The business owners say police were guarding Allianz Field a few blocks over as the city was under attack.
I mean, it's hard to juggle both worlds. I got to ride both sides of it because I understand the outrage and I understand people's confliction with the situation. I guess that's the best word. I'm on the other side of it as well, understanding that, but also knowing that this is my livelihood, so I don't want this disrupted or destroyed.
I can't even go in my office to at least mail the gas cards out.
Alana Carrington runs Carrington Cares.
We provide gas cards for cancer patients once a month to get to and from chemo and or radiation.
Alana said she sent up a prayer for protection when the pandemic forced them to shut down. Tonight, she hopes it holds.
Everything around us burned. I believe we didn't burn down because about 30 days ago, when we thought we were going to do a soft open due to the COVID, I went from that corner to Elsa's House of Sleep with my bottle of blessed oil, and I put the sign of the cross over every businesses, asking God to do a bunch of things. My heart wants peace in this city.
And the shattered glass, another symbol of a destroyed building. These buildings can be replaced, but the business owners I spoke with say the devastation to families and lives lost can't. Back to you.
Some of these owners were out here on Lake Street all night to protect their properties, walking around the parking lots, trying to intimidate looters to just keep walking and leave their properties alone. One woman, an elderly woman, was out here actually yelling at looters all through the night. The owner of Sonora Grill spent the night in his parking lot. He says he confronted a few looters, but so far his business has been left untouched. But a few of his neighbors weren't as lucky. He could only sit and watch as looters broke into the body shop down the street.
And they stole 4 cars out of the shop. And one of the neighbors who's been walking up and down the street, she came over and told me that they used one of the cars to ram it onto TCF.
Some of these business owners have even resorted to carrying guns to try to intimidate these looters and scare them away. Minneapolis police last night told us that they're discouraging this because the castle doctrines in this state do protect you when it comes to protecting your home, but they don't have the same protections when it comes to protecting your business.
With that background video, I would ask that Dr. Michael Schaaf come forward. Dr. Schaaf, welcome to the committee. For purposes of the record, would you state your full name, please?
Dr. Michael J. Schaaf.
And Dr. Schaaf, is it correct that you own a business that was recently damaged in the riots that were just described on the videotape?
Yes.
Could you give us the address of that business?
2621 East Lake Street.
And do you know the date or the day on which your business was damaged?
May 28th. I believe that was Thursday.
With that background information, Doctor, would you just tell us in your own words what happened to your business?
Well, the timeline following the death of George Floyd, the following night there was a protest. There was, I believe there was rain that night. The next morning I came in to see if there was any damage to the office. There was light graffiti, windows broken out at Midori's part of the door. We helped clean that up, talked to the barbers in that area, and then walked over to the police station and asked if in their opinion that this is going to escalate, do I board up? And they said that it might escalate, or they're preparing for it. And then I went to Home Depot and got boarding material and boarded up my office. And then the following day, I believe the AutoZone was lit on fire, as well as the Wendy's. Then the following night, I got a call from the owner of the Indian restaurant, and he said that he tried to stop them, and because they were lighting somebody was lighting the fire to the business next to me, the tobacco shop. And I said, it's all right, let it go. No, I was called by the restaurant owner, and I was already watching it on the news because I got plenty of notifications from people around that this was occurring, from patients, friends. Complete. Everything burnt. Yes. Furniture, tables, computers, and mementos through the time, whether they were from my children, where they come and help, and if they had sick days, they spent the days there. That picture is about the first day I went in there, when there was a dress shop in place of the tobacco shop, Grandma's Kitchen. There was even a Fanny Farmer on the corner. That was in 1991. So it'll be 29 years this September.
Anything else you'd like to add at this time, Doctor?
Yeah, what was even more devastating to see is my neighbors. I've shopped at all those locations. I knew the manager at Wendy's. Her place Gloria was a manager for that place probably 25 years. The restaurant, most of them I ate at, several were patients. Target, Rainbow, well, when it was Rainbow, Aldi's, Cub, Target were all people that I would know. The individuals that, the guy who collected the carts outside of the Target would keep track. If you didn't see my truck, he'd ask me if I ride my bike. These were friends. They were friends and family that lost their businesses. And while I just had this little swath of land, 18 feet by 90, inconsequential to the damage that occurred up and down Lake Street. And I was probably a very atypical owner for that area because it was very multicultural up and down.
How many employees, Doctor, did you have, or were you sole
At
practitioner?
this time, just periodic part-time. I was small practice at this time.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. If you would, we are going to come back with questions from members. If you could remain until we have the other testifiers come forward, I'd appreciate it very much. Doctor, did you have some pictures that you wanted to show us?
Oh, there's a couple more pictures.
Yeah,
This
go
is
ahead.
this is just a picture a few years back before I put the flower boxes outside. Well, there you go. It was a simple place, a simple practice. But this is the result of the damage. It started in the it started on the right at the tobacco shop, and it just that's how I watched it. I watched where that was burning, and then my roof started. Then it was later on. It was glowing. It was a tough thing to watch. And that's the back of the building. And previously, years ago, it was a jewelry shop, Anderson's Jewelers, that had been present there for many years until the chiropractor that I bought the practice from located his office there. And he had served people for since the 1950s. And I still had patients from him.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you.
Next, if Mr. Shearer would come forward, please.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Shearer. If you would state your full name for our tape, our record, please.
Full name is Quentin James Shear.
And do you own a business that was located in the area that was the subject of the riots?
Excuse me, I work for the property owner located at 2510 Lake Street. He owns 2 different properties on that block there.
And were both of the properties damaged?
Yes, one to a further extent than the other.
Would you tell us then, just explain first the first piece of property, the first
Yep.
business, and then the second business,
Okay,
if you would.
I'll start with the first property. The first property that is owned in one of the first properties I manage for the company is called Minnehaha Center. It houses Minnesota Transitions Charter School. We had one small vacancy that we were working on in the process of working on building out a fax area for the school in. So that was currently vacant, small space, 2,040 square feet. A Dollar Tree store, a laundromat, and a Planet Fitness that had just recently opened up right before COVID, and they were forced to shut down for that. And basically, that Planet Fitness was only open for a week before these riots hit, and had to be closed down. You know, kind of my timeline with that kind of started on the 27th, and it was about at 6:30 at night. I was learned that the protests had escalated into riots. I then kind of jumped into action and started creating a plan to secure the property, a safety plan, you know. At about 8:15, I got on the phone with our insurance agent, who was obviously heavily involved in the destruction that happened at the property. Shortly after that, I called all of our tenants, notified them of what is happening in the area. Obviously, that took a while, and I kind of kept monitoring what had been happening through the news and through our security cameras. At about 9:30 that night, I had called the 5th Precinct, assuming that I wasn't going to be able to get a hold of anyone at the 3rd Precinct, and kind of just asked them what they suggested for us being able to get in there the next day and safely board everything up, seeing if I can get any sort of police escort or anything the following morning to try and secure our property. The response I received from the officer at the 5th Precinct was try and get a hold of the mayor's office or the police chief.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
The response to my questions to the officer at the 5th Precinct of how to get some sort of security to secure our property was from the officer. He stated he didn't know and that I should call the mayor's office or call the police chief. That was a response I received from the 5th Precinct. After that, I hung up, tried calling the mayor's office, and the police chief. Obviously, no answer at 9:30 at night. At 10:51 that evening, I could see on our security cameras that our building was on fire. And shortly after that, we received a call from our fire suppression monitoring company that there was water flowing out of the sprinkler system. As far as that night, I continued to monitor the building through security cameras and the news. Left my house at about 5 in the morning and drove up there on the morning of the 28th to see the damage with my own eyes. It was devastating. I mean, there wasn't a piece of glass on that property that's 112,000 square feet that was not broken. I had seen that they had started multiple fires in every tenant space but the laundromat. Was able to speak with the owners from the laundromat, and to my surprise, he was there. Him and his business partner stood guard all night with a shovel and a flashlight, and were able to defend their business. The school was completely vandalized, and a lot of our damage due to the suppression system was because of the suppression system doing its job. Put all the fires out. We found People have brought in gas cans, tiki torches, as accelerants to try and burn the property down. There were, we found casings from guns being shot off in the building. You know, and after everything I'd learned, they had started 27 different fires in the property. They were not able to burn it down, but it caused multi-millions of dollars worth of damage. We're not fully at the number yet, but my assumption is it's going to be in the tens of millions of dollars worth of damage at that property. You know, kind of continuing on with my story, I got a little off track there, but morning of the 28th, we were up there, and I tried to put my plan into action of securing the property and boarding it up, and I had a lot of contractors lined up to board up the property, get it fenced off, and it was at about 9 a.m. that I called that off due to hearing gunshots in the area and it not being safe. That's kind of where I crossed the line when I heard gunshots, and I left. Our security cameras were intermittent through the day on the 28th. Really weren't able to see exactly what was going on, but I do know the property was broken into, vandalized again that night and evening and throughout the day. The following day, we showed up again early in the morning with supplies to board up the building. The State Patrol had the property blocked off. They weren't allowing anyone in, which I understand. So we were turned away to not be able to board up the property. And during this whole time, I should let you know that our sprinkler systems were still running. The fire suppression system in that property ran for almost 4 days. The following day, I believe it was Saturday morning, Saturday or Sunday morning at this point, we were able to gain access, board up the property. We were able to turn the suppression system off and get the heads, new sprinkler heads in and recharge the system. This was Saturday morning. And then again, Saturday night, early Sunday morning, we received another phone call that they had broken into the property again because they had started more fires and the suppression system was flowing again. I again went up on early Sunday morning to find our suppression system running again. Parts of the building that we had boarded off, they had torn down to break in again. That was kind of the main timeline. From there on, it was a large cleanup effort. And even during the cleanup effort, there were people still vandalizing the property. There was a point where there were hundreds of volunteers out front cleaning the property. These are all community members. They were cleaning the property. There was even one of my favorite parts of it. There was this family that had real young children, and the young children were painting over the graffiti. These children were probably, I don't know, 8 years old, and out there with rollers painting over the graffiti. I got a call from my maintenance employee who was out back. He had called me and asked me if I had sent any volunteers up to the roof. And I told him no. I walked around back. When I got around back, there were 3 gentlemen still up on the roof, vandalizing the roof, graffitiing. We have a big parapet wall that is very visible from Hiawatha. They were graffitiing on that wall, and out of frustration, I just kind of said to them, I said, come on, guys, there are hundreds of people out front cleaning up, and you're still causing damage. And their response to that is they wanted to fight me. They wanted to get into physical altercation. It was just me and my maintenance guy, so we just kind of walked away. That's kind of the story for our larger property there.
If I could stop you there.
Yep.
The vandalizing that occurred during the cleanup, could you give us an idea of what day that may have been? Trying to get an idea. It sounded like
Yeah.
you were.
I was kind of
so
jumping around.
started
I'm
on the
sorry about that.
27th.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to get a timeline.
Yeah, that would have been on Saturday. Saturday was the 29th, I believe. That would have been the day that they were cleaning up, and you know, it was still vandalizing. I'm sorry, it's a lot that kind of blends together. And I mean, the vandalism even continued after that. I still kept on getting phone calls from our tenants that they were still broken into. It wasn't the large groups, but it was smaller groups of 3 or 4 people breaking into places and causing more damage.
Okay, then I interrupted you. You were about to go on to another topic.
Yes, I was going to jump
lean
into
the microphone just a little bit.
Yep. I was going to jump into our other property that we have ownership in. That address is 2740 Minnehaha. I don't know if you know the area, but it's a high-rise building right on the 2500 block of Lake Street. We own the retail on the bottom, and for the most part, that property, for being what I call ground zero, did not receive that much damage. I do think part of that is to speak for there was people living upstairs, and I don't know if that was the intent of the rioters to hurt people at all. I don't know, but I think that might not have been in their intent, so I don't see too many residential properties get destroyed. We do have some retail down there, a small tobacco shop that had actually hired people to stand out front that were armed and guard their store, and they did a pretty decent job until they went to go and take a break. After standing out there all night guarding the property, and then it was broken into. They broke all the glass, and he had an ATM inside, and they tried to pull the ATM out through the broken windows. There was a Sally Beauty Supply right next to his space. I physically watched the morning of the 28th, the looters break into that space and clear that space out in about a half an hour. All the supplies and everything they had in there were gone in about a half an hour. Right next to that was a nail salon. The owner of that nail salon stuck his life savings into that business and purchased it in December of 19. It was an existing nail salon that he had purchased the business. You know, I feel horribly for them. Life savings put into a business, COVID hits and they have to shut down. And now the riots, and now he is in a battle with his insurance company to try and get them to cover the damage that happened. there is a mailing supply store called Post Plus next to that. That store was broken into. There wasn't much to loot in there. So that store essentially turned into the community restroom for all the rioters. I'll kind of leave it at that because it's kind of gross. Those were the tenants that were most affected in that property. There was a daycare and a coffee shop that the daycare wasn't broken into and the coffee shop was broken into, but that was some broken glass, and whoever broke in there was mainly looking for money.
If I could take you back to the first piece of property, you mentioned that there was a charter school in that building.
Correct.
Were there other businesses that were under your management at that location also, or just the charter school?
Well, let me rephrase that. The charter school was a tenant of ours. So was Dollar Tree. There's a laundromat and a Planet Fitness. Under our management for the property is a property management role. As far as business dealings with them, I have no authority to make decisions with their businesses or anything, but I am very close with all the tenants in that building. I've been working with all those tenants since roughly 2007. We've gone through some ups and downs, and we've worked very closely, and we're still continuing to work very closely to rebuild.
Okay, anything else you want to add, Mr. Chair?
Not that I can think of.
Okay, if you would mind hanging around, we'll take the other testifiers and open it up to members' questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Next on the list is Mr. Jim Stage.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Stage. If you would please state your full name so we can get it on the record.
James Joseph Stage.
And Mr. Stage, are you the owner of a business that was located within the area of the riots that are the subject of this hearing?
Yes.
And could you give us that address?
720 Snelling Avenue North.
720, I'm sorry?
Snelling Avenue North, and that's St. Paul 55104.
And the nature of your business was?
Pharmacy. Retail pharmacy.
Would that be an independent pharmacy or associated with a chain?
Independent.
If you wouldn't mind, just in your own words, give us testimony as to what happened to your business. Give us a timeline if you are able. And then if I have any follow-up questions, I'll ask.
Sure.
But to start with, just put it in your own words.
Sure. Well, we opened the pharmacy May 28th.
I'm getting notes coming in, Mr. Stage. Lean into the microphone so that folks can hear you, please.
We opened the pharmacy May 28th on Thursday morning, just like normal. The riots hadn't really come to St. Paul. I was going to buy the staff pizza that day, so one of my pharmacists went to Checkerboard Pizza just down the road, closer to University, right by the CVS there. I think a lot of you probably congregated there for meetings. And he picked up the pizza and he noticed CVS was getting looted at the time, and so he got the pizza back and went back to the pharmacy and said, we got to start locking this down. And I wasn't at the pharmacy at the time. He called me and I said, absolutely. So we kind of serviced the people that were in the store and started preparing to close the store. We evacuated the store by 3 o'clock, and he set the alarm around 3:15. So we just thought, you know, it would be no problem. We'll just open up the next morning. The alarms, later that day, the alarms went off. And we have surveillance cameras, so I was able to watch, but I don't know if there's pictures here, but the looting started about 4:15 or so, 4:30. And we had just added on to the building, but pretty much the main level was broken into, and it was looted for about 4 to 5 hours. There were about 100 to 150 people that went in and out of the building. We had a lot of machines. We are a compounding pharmacy. We had robotics, and we service, you know, Minnesota and Wisconsin. We're licensed in both states, and then we also service that community there. But there was a lot of damage done to the main level, and the looting happened. Of course, the drugs were looted first, but then there was a lot of damage. It wasn't until about 10 o'clock or so, 9:30, some neighbors came and started boarding it up. We had called the police to say, you know, what should we do, similar to the other business owners, and they asked us to, you know, to stay away, and so we respected that. Some contractors reached out to me, and they were able to put some boards up, as well as some neighbors that had been putting the boards up. So the looting happened, the boards were put in place. That was about 9:30 at night.
Was this on the 28th?
This is all the 28th still, yep. And let's see now, where was I? So the boards were put up. There were threats that people were telling us, or telling the people that were putting up the boards, that we're going to come back and torch this place. And that was verbally said to the people that were helping me board it up. And sure enough, at about between 10 and 10:30, the fire department wasn't sure, but that's what they surmised, that the back door was broken into again. And I think the front door, they had cut a hole in the wood, and they had shot some sort of device that would ignite. And by the time the firefighters got there at about 10:30 or 10:45, the main level was pretty much ablaze, as well as the upstairs office there. That's my office. It used to be a place where Lloyd Jensen, the two owners before me, lived with his family, but we've been using it for offices for some time. But this is the next morning on the 29th, what it looked like. These are pictures I took when I went there, and it was devastating to me. We have 37 employees. We service probably 7,500 to 8,000 patients out of that little store. And, you know, that's... I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's okay, just take your time. Just take your time.
Sorry. I'm sorry. This is my family, and the building was leveled the 29th, so the fire department fought the fire all night. I got there at about 6:30 in the morning, and they were still fighting it, so it looked like this at about 6:30 in the morning, and it was a shell. And then they ended up leveling it because it was unsafe, obviously. So this is a picture that was taken by friends of ours, and you know, it's hard for me to look at, but
I mean, I've kind of been moving on from this. I don't know why I'm getting emotional, but we're in the process now of trying to open up a satellite pharmacy. We hope to next week. And so when I recall these events, it becomes quite emotional. But I bought this pharmacy in 2014. I had worked there, interned there. I grew up in the neighborhood. I went there as a kid. So I think that's probably why it's more emotional for me. But we hope to rebuild. I've talked to people about that. The community loves our pharmacy. So I feel really good about that. I think it's a tragic thing that happened, but I forgive the people that did it. And we're hopeful to have it be Lloyd's Pharmacy again, and we're really proud of that. So,
Mr. Stage, Senator Cohn has sent me a note, and he's interested in the amount of damage in terms of dollars. Can you put that into some kind of perspective for us?
Right.
In terms of the interior of the building, the drugs, and then the building itself?
It's probably going to be close to $3 million. The building's probably 1.3 to 1.4, and then the contents is going to be 750,000 to $1 million, and that's fixtures and drug inventory.
And Mr. Stage, the damage that you have described to us occurred on May 29th and the early morning hours of May 28th.
May 28th, yeah.
And the early morning hours of May 29th. Would that be correct?
I would say most of the damage was done on May 28th, and then the fire continued throughout the night into the 29th. So I think a lot of the damage at Lloyd's Pharmacy was done on the 28th.
And I think you said you had a total of 37 employees that worked at that location?
Right. We had the Menopause Center of Minnesota is a clinic that we ran on the Minnehaha side of the building. So we had the clinic, which had 3 employees, and then the pharmacy had the remainder.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Stage, that you want to add at this point?
I don't think so.
Okay. If you'd wait around, I'd appreciate it very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, we undoubtedly will have members who will have questions
Thank you.
for you. Thank you, Mr. Stage. Next up, we have Mr. McWhorter and Mr. Kernan, and I understand they're going to come up together.
Good afternoon, member.
Mr. McWhorter.
Lonnie John McWhorter.
Well, thank you very much. It's my understanding that you are the owner of a business that was damaged, and Mr. Kernan is a friend of yours who was with you when the damage occurred. Is that roughly correct?
Mr. Kernan was there protecting the business with me on many of the nights when the unrest was taking place in the city of Minneapolis.
We'll start then with your testimony. If you would state your name in full, please.
Lonnie John McWhorter.
And the address of your business.
3551 Lindale Avenue South in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
And was your property damaged in some way between May 26th and, say, June 10th?
On the early hours of Thursday morning, about an hour and a half after I left, at approximately 1:42 to 1:44 a.m., we did have 7 individuals break into the store.
Were you present when that occurred?
I was not, no.
How did you learn that your premises had been broken into?
You know, I was at the store from open that day and was there all the way up until around 10:45 p.m. that night. I needed to get a little bit of rest, so I decided to leave and get a couple hours shut-eye before the next day. I was looking at the cameras of the store, and I saw it taking place. I got dressed, and it took me, to be honest, it took me 10 minutes to get from my place of dwelling, which is outside the city of Minneapolis currently, all the way to the store on 3551 Lindale.
And what is the nature of your business?
I am a convenience store operator, so I sell retail motor fuels and have a convenience store that sells a lot of locally sourced organic items, as well as a traditional convenience store fare that you'd find in any other gas station.
And if you would explain to us what you saw when you returned to your store after you had been advised that there were looters or rioting going on there.
So, Senator, so from observing the security camera footage, the way that they had moved when the suspects had broke into my business and whatnot, just by their actions, you could tell they're professional. When they approached the door, from the time that they got within distance of pushing the door, and when they got inside, it was a matter of seconds. And they were in and out within 2 minutes. So they got there at approximately 1:42 a.m. They were gone by 1:44 in the morning.
Did that involve exclusively looting, or was there looting and damage? Tell us what.
They were extremely targeted in what they went after. The first thing that they did is jump behind the counter and go for the registers. On camera, for what I observed from the security footage, I can witness them smashing one of the registers. The other one was unrecoverable because they took it with them. But they went after that. They also went and looked for tobacco products, to which they didn't take any.
What's the next thing that happened?
So I get to the store, and thankfully there was a customer who is a licensed gun holder that was at the store. He was kind of just watching for a second and whatnot, and as I approached, he was very quick to say, I wasn't responsible, and I looked at him and said, I was watching the cameras, I know it wasn't you. I said, I own the business, I need to identify that, because as a black male in Minneapolis, sometimes at a business that's broken into, people may not necessarily understand who owns the business, and even if I tell them, they still don't believe it. So I made that pretty clear to him, and he was actually an individual I had done business with before, and he recognized me, and he was able to wait around with me for a period.
Okay. Was there any further damage done to your store other than the break-in between 142 and 144?
That night, there was not. We were present there throughout until the sun came up. So that evening, there was none. On subsequent nights, even after we boarded up and even when we were there were people that drove down the alleyways and did steal objects from the that belonged to the business.
And what was that date?
We were in front of the business for about 10 days, and I got maybe each, sleeping during the daytime, maybe about an hour and a half to sleep, to be honest, so I couldn't remember. It was probably going to be that Friday or Saturday nights, either the 29th or the 30th, sir.
Any further damage then to your store other than what you have described?
In terms of dealing with some individuals who suspected looting and whatnot, getting really close to physical confrontations with them, there was no damage besides the litter and sometimes them like kicking a trash can or that sort of thing.
So the looting that occurred was when they broke in and they were after your cash registers and some tobacco. Was that the only looting that occurred?
That's correct. That's the only looting that took place on my property. So we did see individuals coming to our place of business who were clearly looting. These individuals did not have license plates on their cars, and they had back seats filled with items that you're not going to buy multiples of. So take, for instance, a pickup truck that has three gas-fired grills and whatnot. I mean, these aren't, I'm sorry, there's not a time where you're going to buy 3 grills.
Okay. Mr. Kernan, yes, sir. How do you fit into the picture here of Mr. McWinter's business? First of all, let me stop you. I've got to have your full name, please.
Yes, my name is Matthew Lund Kernan.
Okay, please proceed.
I'm a resident of Minneapolis in the Field neighborhood. I saw everything that had happened from day one, and Lonnie is a good friend, family, and I just couldn't see not only Minneapolis, but I mean, I just couldn't let things go without taking any action. So I believe it was on the 29th, came to the gas station where Lonnie owns and offered any kind of protection that I could provide. So for the next 5 evenings after the 28th, we stood post on top of the gas station. I'm glad I didn't have to pull the trigger on anything. I also was worried about being on top of the roof of a gas station that, with people committing arson all over the place. Mainly there to discourage anyone from doing any damage or arson. It seemed to help, I think, because we didn't, other than that first night that Lonnie was broken into, most people were driving by. We would get threats often, but the community was everything, all the support that we had. So towards the end of that 5-day stint, National Guard and police were much more apparent and present. So I think what we did there was, we managed to hold our ground.
So between May 29th and for the next 5 ensuing days, you were with your friend, Mr. McQuinter, in just protecting the property, in essence.
Exactly.
And was it simply a matter of then confronting potential looters and they left, or did any actual damage occur during those next 5 nights?
Not to the property, as far as I know.
Did you have confrontations with potential looters or rioters in that 5 days?
Yes, we did. There's probably 2 or 3 instances each evening, I would say.
Okay. Mr. McQuinter, anything else that you want to add before we go to the next testifier?
Yes, we're a store that services our community, and a number of the...
Speak into the mic a little bit,
Sorry.
please.
A number of the businesses that were torched were, whether it be a manager or whether it be residents, they are a frequent customer, or they were frequent customers of ours. So when the Family Dollar on 35th and Nicollet, hearing the heartbreaking story, the woman that first put the fire out, she has 2 small children at home. She put the fire out of that, and then the O'Reillys next door. She observed the individuals going back in the building, remove the fire extinguishers, and then looted some more, and then set the building back ablaze. Different anecdotes like that, and then hearing about on the blocks where there's car fires that were with nearby to our place of business. We want to be able that we can give people fire extinguishers, not to try to take the role or try to be any vigilante, but if we can help with fire extinguishers in any certain way for our neighbors in that area that live and that sleep there each night, that's really what our role is. And that's the way we looked at it. I mean, it's, if you've seen people going down residential streets at very high rates of speed and whatnot, in neighborhood that, I used to live right, pretty close to Senator Dibble, so he's well aware of what was taking place in Minneapolis and that side of town then. But it was insane. If you've seen the behavior that was taking place, the lawlessness and the brazenness of which they were behaving in those evenings there. I did not, it was not the intention initially to be watching the business like that or the area like that. But if you've seen from those first few days and how many people in the area were watching the place because out of concern for themselves and their well-being and the well-being of the community, and how it was explained to me for someone who was ex-military, explained what critical infrastructure in certain communities were, it was an important thing, and I felt it a moral obligation to be a deterrent in my community when it came to this civil unrest taking place.
Thank you very much for coming in, gentlemen. If you wouldn't mind waiting, we have one more testifier, and then we're going to open it up to members' questions. The next I have on my list is Mr. Awanjani. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but it's a pretty good stab. Thank you very much for coming. Please state your full name, please.
Robert Assad Awajan. I go by Bobby, so if you...
Okay. Yep. I'm going to do my best with your name.
All right, no worries.
Do you own a business in the area that was the subject of the rioting that we're talking about today?
My parents do.
Your parents do. And what is the name of the business?
Stop and Shop.
And what is the address of the business?
1700 East Lake Street.
The damage, first of all, what kind of business is it?
It's a convenience and gas station. And we have a tobacco store as well, and also a Hispanic restaurant in the back corner, kind of like a deli.
Okay. And can you tell us in your own words what occurred with respect to this family business?
It was just started out, it was just devastating. So we started once, Wednesday the 27th, that's kind of when the violence got pretty bad in the area. And so we were forced to close early. We stayed outside to protect the business. We had security. We have a security guard on payroll, and then he had some other guys that work for him as well to do security as well. And so we had about a few security guards, and then some neighbors helped because it's their neighborhood store. They come here every day. And then my parents, myself, and my sister and brother-in-law. So we stayed out there, people driving by, driving crazy, threatening that they're going to burn us down. And so we felt like we had to be there. But then Thursday, the 28th, we heard that they were giving up the 3rd precinct, and that was a big kind of scare for us, because if the 3rd precinct's going to go, how are we going to be protected? And so we boarded up our store on Thursday, the 28th, and we didn't want anybody getting hurt, so we just had everybody go home. We went home. We left at around, I think, 7:30. And we went home just kind of nervous, hoping for the best. At about, I want to say, between 10 and 10:30, we got a call from security's going off. And they broke through the front door. Actually the exit door in the front. And so they used a crowbar through the plywood. Once they got through the plywood, they shattered the glass and got the door open, and it just flooded with people. Probably max, it was about over 50 people in there at one time. Just there for destruction, tearing things up, throwing things off shelves, and just breaking stuff, windows, just anything they can. The ATM, they went straight for the ATM. They worked on that. Different groups of people worked on that for hours and hours because they didn't get to it, so we were happy about that. But I mean, everything else was just destroyed. We watched the cameras live. So
Sorry, you lost.
we watched the cameras live. Once we got the call, we went straight to our camera system, or because we have it on, it's through Wi-Fi, so we had it on our computer at home, and we just watched it happen. We didn't know what to do. I mean, we couldn't do anything. We called 911. Just, we don't know what they're gonna do, if they're able to do anything, whatever. We still called, obviously, and what they said back was, if it's not life-threatening, we can't get to it till Monday. And that was Thursday on the 28th. So, why, you know? And we were like, it is life-threatening because it's a gas station. There's 10,000 gallons of fuel in the ground. If that thing goes in flames, if anything ignites, the neighborhood gets burned. Like, neighbors, we have houses right next to the store. We have a fence that's just blocking the yard. So it's right next door. And then we're not gonna be there for the neighbors, you know? So that night, I mean, the cameras were slowly, each one was going out at certain times, and up until about 3 o'clock in the morning, we were watching it continuously up until the last camera went out. Because due to Wi-Fi reasons, probably, they were cutting all sorts of wires, tearing cameras down, breaking cameras, and so then we couldn't do anything. So then the next day we got there in the morning, and even like, as soon as we got there, there was already people from the community helping clean. They were sweeping stuff up. So that was really amazing to see. The community just out there to help. The help was, I mean, we cleaned that store real quick. And so shelves were all on the ground. We ended up getting the shelves out. We got basically anything that was possibly broken, we got out. All the product was either destroyed or gone, stolen. Camera, like the computer, the DVR was damaged for all the cameras, and they stole a safe out of our office. All the paperwork was just all torn, taped off off the shelf on the ground, wet, because there's just liquid everywhere, and from beverages and all that. And then, I mean, it was just clean up from there. And then we decided, if this happened, I mean, it's gonna go in flames if we're not here, because if the police can't respond until Monday on something that happened on Thursday, well, we're kind of out of luck, you know? And so we stayed 24/7. Obviously we kept the security 24/7. I slept in the shed for a couple hours if I needed to. We had air mattresses, so if anybody needed a little bit of rest, go sleep for a little bit. And we kind of barbecued out there just so we can feed everybody that's helping us. And then, so Friday, I mean, we stopped people from trying to come vandalize the store. We had people coming from all the way across the property, coming towards us, and we instantly reacted, went out there, got them away. Then just briefly after that, I think it was the same people, same kids. I don't know exactly. It was just quick. We saw smoke and kind of heard fireworks in the back, or heard, what ended up being fireworks. And we saw a lot of smokes. We were like, this. So we instantly, I ran through the store to the back room where the garbage garage is, and opened that up, ran up there. We have I stood on a shelf or something to look over the gate, and I had somebody else followed me out there, and we were just yelling like, "Get out of here!" This and that, and they went away. No fire happened, so our property didn't get started on fire. Thank God. Then on the night of the 30th, Saturday the 30th, we actually we were out there. And we ended up getting violated and attacked by, the police came with rubber bullets and mace onto our property because we were out there. We weren't making any noise. We didn't have music going. We were just out there, and we have a good relationship with the police department. They stop every day. We help them out. They help us out, security, and we've had a good connection, and so they knew that we were out there, at least most of them, and then we just kind of felt betrayed at that point. I got maced twice while I was on the ground. I was yelling, it was like, "This is my family's business. This is our property. We're just here to protect it." He said, "All right, get down." I also heard go into the store. So I just got down, put my hands out, and then I look up and I get maced in the face, and then I got maced on my back, and then my dad got hit with a rubber bullet, and it just kind of just got bad. And then we had Vice News there actually, because they were doing a report on small family businesses during this whole situation, and so they got they had footage, and so it became kind of like a big thing. It was on their episode, and one of their episodes on Minneapolis, the riots and the protesting and stuff like that. So it was just kind of every day, there was just something, and we still, after that, we still stayed there, because if this store burns down, we have nothing left, because this is our livelihood, because I grew up there, so we've had that store for 17 years. I'm 23, and so ever since I was a young kid, my cousin actually owns the store. It's also called Stop and Shop, but it's on 31st and 1st. He got looted. It's right across the street from the 5th Precinct, and he got looted twice, 2 different occasions, 2 different days. And it was on live TV as they were looting. There was cars out front, loading the cars up with product. They ended up starting a fire in his office, but his sprinkler system put it out. He's in a big strip mall with the Office Depot and what used to be the Payless Shoes and Subway, and so Payless Shoes is right behind him. That started on fire, and the roof caved in and all that. So basically, that store was just smothered in smoke, with smoke. You still walk in there. I was with him yesterday. We were it's kind of demo day. We had to get rid of all the shelves and countertops that were destroyed and all that. And it was just smoky. It was disgusting. The grounds were still wet and mucky. And that was my dad and his dad's first store together back in, I forget, 97 or 98. So 22 years they've had it, so 98. And then he took that one, and then my dad took that one, and my uncle got sick, and so my cousin took over, because so he's kind of a big mentor for me too, because I'm kind of getting into the family business as well, because I help my parents every day and I run their store for them, with them, and so just all this happening with our family, we're just helping each other, but it's just a lot to take in, so after that, it was probably, for a good over a week, we stayed there 24/7, because the neighborhood, if that store goes down, the neighborhood can't get their, our neighbors, they can't come get their groceries. They called us like the little Walmart, because we have a lot. We make sure we stay stocked with product and just have different options for whoever, everybody. So, yeah, we just couldn't let that go down, and it's just rebuilding from there. And we still have 24-hour security. We usually close at 1 a.m. on weekdays, 2 a.m. on weekends. But now we don't feel safe enough after 10 o'clock, so we close at 10 o'clock. We're only partially open because we're still rebuilding, but we're selling gas and just some minor snacks and beverages and stuff.
Can you tell me how many days in a row your family was there protecting your property 24/7, or can you give me the dates? Can you put it in
Okay,
some
well,
kind of perspective?
So Wednesday, the 27th, was the first day we stayed there 24/7, but then we skipped Thursday because we were nervous. We didn't want anybody getting hurt. So then Friday, the 29th, we did it again, and then up until the second week of June, I would say. I forget, so I'm trying to think of the timeline, but it was over 7 days, easy.
Okay.
And yeah, like Lonnie previously said, I mean, we all each got about an hour, 2 hours of sleep, and we don't feel safe. So how are we we're just nervous, So if we just slept for a couple hours and then got back to it and just stayed outside. And
the damage to your store, you said that it was not burned. Would the damage to the building, now I'm talking about, consist of broken glass, broken doors, that kind of thing?
Yep. And then also like anything like
Damage
counters.
inside the store consisted of both looting and, I don't know, vandalism, we'll call it.
Destruction, vandalism.
Would that be correct?
Yep.
Do you have in mind the total number or total amount of damage to the building and the total amount of vandalism and in-store merchandise that was stolen? Any idea?
We're still like working on that, getting quotes for more things, and I mean, product and gas was probably, between 200 and 300,000, and then tobacco was 50 to 100. Then like windows now, we want to get all bulletproof windows because we just want to try to be as safe as possible. Because right now we don't really feel it safe completely, Okay. So that quote, I'm trying to think, it was around 25,000, I think, or more for the bulletproof windows. And then, we're still kind of doing electrical stuff, and because all the security, all the cameras were down, and so we have to get a whole new system, which is about 10,000, and it just adds from there, So it's not, we don't quite have a top number yet, but we're done.
I understand it's kind of preliminary.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Okay, I think at this point, we're going to open it up to member questions. And the first member I have would be Senator Friends. Do you have a specific individual you wish to have come to the testifying table, or what would you like, Senator
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Not at the beginning, but I have a question for the group in a minute. Thank you for recognizing me. First of all, thanks to all of you for coming to testify. I'm a business owner, apparently one losing his voice. But in 1981, my uncle's pharmacy burned down, and it was very traumatic. And I want to start by saying I would be concerned about a business owner that wasn't emotional about what's happened to all of you. We are all in this together, and you have every right. Your business is not just a part of you, it's a part of the community. And I would put it this way. I think all of you and those that stood up for you took a punch during that week. But I think you're going to get up from that punch, and I think you're going to live and fight on, and you're going to be successful, and we're all going to be proud of that. Staying with the metaphor of taking a punch, one of the things I hope this committee is going to do is try to look at why there was a fight. We have not yet heard testimony from the people, thousands of them that took to the street that were peaceful, and that's part of the story. We want to hear from communities of color. Why is it that they were brought to the street, and why is it that they were part of an event that affected your businesses? And as leaders in the community, we're asking for you to join us. The state has had some response. We put together millions of dollars to try to help our Minnesota businesses, and that's a start, but it's not everything. We want to prevent this from happening again. To that end, I think one of the questions we want to ask Mr. Chair and members is, what about people who came from outside Minneapolis, St. Paul? Some fellow colleagues of mine and I are looking at the list of those already arrested for arson. They come from places like Brainerd, Staples, and I'm a little concerned that those people that came to our communities from somewhere else did a disproportionate amount of the damage. And we want to know about that. We want to say, why would that be? And we want to prevent it from happening to the next person. I'm also assuming, Mr. Chair, that we're going to talk about law enforcement and the response that's been brought here. That's a question we should be asking. I had the chance to talk to the leaders of the Minnesota State Patrol and the National Guard this morning. They have not been directly contacted by this committee, but I assume we'll want to hear from them about their response and about the ways in which we could do better next time, not just to protect our businesses, but to protect our people and give everybody, all our communities, a sense of safety, a sense that we're all in it together. So, Mr. Chair, here's my question. And it's for any...
Senator Friends, if I may respond.
Sure.
To the first part of your comment, then I will recognize you again. The topics and the individuals that you have mentioned, I anticipate will be called in for a future hearing. There's roughly 4 more hearings.
Okay.
And so we will hear from folks in the community, the police, the National Guard, et cetera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Your question, Senator Friends.
For any of you, and I don't know which of you might be members of the Minnesota Business Partnership, but legislators received a letter June 29th from the Minnesota Business Partnership in which it says there's much work that needs to be done. The events of Memorial Day have elevated the urgency to address 2 critical policy issues. 1, solving racial, economic, education, and social disparities. And 2, implementing meaningful police reform. And my question for any of you is, have you had a chance as business owners to contribute to those 2 discussions? What can we do to make your voices heard? And what can you tell this committee about how those 2 important policy goals and the Minnesota Business Partnership can be achieved and help us move forward? If any of the witnesses want to answer that, thanks.
Any of the testifiers that would be able to address Senator Friend's question?
Mr. Chair, McQuarter.
McQuarter.
On the first part, when it comes to the what he was alluding to before, I'm comfortable.
Pull the mic in, please.
I'm comfortable speaking to the first part about what Senator Friends was alluding to when it came to some of the out-of-towners that were coming in. This year I've been balancing 2 really delicate safety issues with my staff. One is this COVID-19, and the second one is the organized retail crime element, to which all my staff was notified by March 25th of this rash taking place in the United States. So, as some of you are aware, organized retail crime, it moves throughout the United States. I mean, for instance, in Minnesota, typically up the I-94 corridor and I-35W. I am not in law enforcement, never was, and my role in my business is only a small bit on the loss prevention side. So there's individuals more professional and that see it on a more day-to-day basis than myself. But from the information I was made aware of prior to March 25th is that there are bad actors out there that saw, with the reduction in active police force on certain shifts, they saw an opportunity taking place there. 1, because the odds of them getting caught were low, and 2, because the timeline of which the lag between security and the other functions of government and whatnot, they saw that they saw a much larger opportunity to take advantage of the situations that took place here. So again, I would like to separate the event that took place on 38th in Chicago that took the life of Mr. Floyd with the looting and the professional bad actors that were out there that were rioting, that were burning down businesses, and that were hurting the very fabric of our society that we have here in Minnesota.
Senator Friends,
No, that's fine, Mr. Chair. I just appreciate the opportunity to have that discussion. I'm sure we'll get to it in future hearings, but we got people coming into our communities doing damage. We don't need that, and we got to figure out how to identify them and prevent it from happening to the next business. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Friends. Senator Ingebretson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the testifiers. Frankly, I don't even know where to begin. And I think I don't want to get repetitive here. I've been looking into a lot of different things and talking to a lot of different people, and some are not here today. I talked to a retailer that has a very large big box store, if you will, and didn't want to come here to testify, but was doing the same thing similar to what a lot of you were. He was watching the damage being done to his store from home. He couldn't sit there any longer, so he headed in. Came across a 2 squad car sitting on the street. He got out, and he says, "Yes, I was very angry." And he said to the officers, he said, "What are you guys doing here?" And he says, "We're charged with protecting the Metropolitan Transit Authority building." They were just sitting on the street. And he said, "You guys are sitting on the street, and my place is being burnt up and being looted." And so that particular person I talked to was very obviously upset with the response. Being I've got the two of you up there, maybe I could ask, in light of all the media you see now and what's unfortunately originated in my state, my family's been here our whole life. I'm really not very proud of what's been going on, but nevertheless, we're gonna face it head on here. But the police department in New York is talking about dismantling or disbanding or defunding, I believe, $1 billion of the $5 billion that it takes to run the police department in New York. To the question to the two of you, do you support the defunding or dismantling of the local police department in Minneapolis?
Mr. McCurder?
Sure. I do not support that. In terms, I can speak to I can speak anecdotally from my experience with it. The people that protected my business, some of them did serve in the did serve our country in one of the branches of the military, including Mr. Kernan. But I can tell you a lot of people that were in the community that were looking to be vigilantes were not prepared for what they saw going on in our streets in Lindale. From the truck driver that was on 35W that was wrongfully accused of being a white supremacist and also engaging in an act of terrorism, he was leaving my store that day. I was going, and something that I'm not sure if the news had covered it or not, but when he was approaching my store on his way southbound on Lindale, I was heading northbound to go take a short rest. And we can, it's really volatile times right now. I observed someone literally cut in front of the semi and make a left-hand turn. They cut him off. They moved over one lane of traffic and immediately threw on their brakes and cut and were trying to go left. That was an act of aggression. In my observation, I knew it was going to be a tense day. It was already tense around the store, but from then on, I just had a bad feeling. I followed him back there, and I think we've gotten most of the facts out about what took place there, but. Again, from what was going on there, we clearly needed someone to restore law and order to the delicate community in Minnesota that we have.
So thank you for that. And Mr. Chair, if I could follow up, the defunding thing, I really happen to agree with you that this just can't happen. I think it would be fair to say 2 months ago, if you would have brought that subject up to anybody. They would have looked at you like you were probably on something. What do you mean you're going to defund the police department? Nobody would ever even think of doing such a thing. It's just beyond my imagination, so thank you for that. Although you did have, and I applaud you for this, you had armed guards on your roof. Did the police department know that, or did you take that upon yourself? And if you did, good for you, frankly. But I think that shows that our police are telling you they're not going to show up for a couple of days. You have to do something.
Senator, I can let you know the law enforcement, including the National Guard, was well aware of what we were doing on the corner of 36 and Lindale. In fact, they have a nickname, and I'll let you ask some of those men in uniform and women in uniform what they called us over on the corner of 36 and Lindale South in Minneapolis.
Sir, thank you. And I don't know what the response would be of the police if something were to have happened. if there would have been a discharge, as the gentleman said, he was, thank God he didn't have to do that. If he was a former police officer or military, didn't have to do that. I didn't have to do that in my 34 years either, so that's a good thing, but the job was done. Was any of you other questions, Mr. Chair?
Sure, I think you had approached the testifier's table. Do you wish to respond to Senator Engebretsen's question?
Yes, I just wanted to jump in on.
Just state your name again, please.
Quentin Shear. Wanted to add to your defunding question. Prior to these incidents, we would have break-ins every once in a while on our property. It would take a good part of a day to a day and a half to get the police there to write a report. And the last one I was at, officer was there for a matter of about 3 minutes, and he just looked at me, handed me a sheet of paper, and said, "I'm sorry, I have to leave. I have to go to a stabbing." The way the police department is right now, I believe those guys are in a tough situation. I don't think there's enough of them for them to do their jobs properly. They have to prioritize every single call that comes in. And if, you know, I think it's really difficult for them and the dispatchers and everyone to have to make those decisions of what call is more important than the previous one that came in.
So, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Stage, you had come to the testifying table. Did you want to respond to Senator Engebretsen's question?
Yes, I would like to speak to that. I think I don't want to forget all the years that the police have come to, I mean, we've been held up by gunpoint before with people wanting narcotics at our pharmacy, and, you know, there's years of that prior to this event that the police, we've been able to call upon, and they've come, and so I don't want to give up that. I mean, I think that's such a vital part of me owning the business in St. Paul, to be able to call on them when we need them. Without that, you know, my hopes of rebuilding, you know, go in the tanks. I mean, we need to have that. We were held up by 4 gentlemen from Chicago. They hit up a lot of independent pharmacies probably about 8 years ago, and they hit us up by gunpoint, and the police were there, and they found them, and they're in prison now. And that's what we need to continue to have so that peace can happen. I mean, we have people that come into our store that are elderly, and we need to have those safety guards in place so that they feel comfortable doing that. And I really feel strongly about that. And they feel comfortable when that's presence is there, I feel.
Senator Zinsky, you wanted to respond to this specific point?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. To this point, so you guys don't know my history, but I was a mayor in Faribault, and I think police, you know, I support our police officers tremendously. It was my #1 priority. And so my question to you is, you pay property taxes, and those property taxes cover city services. And prior to this date, do you believe that your property taxes, what you paid, were representative of the police force you got in response? So again, were you getting your bang for your buck for your property taxes, or were they funding the police enough or insufficiently prior to this point? And then maybe a comment going on, but I mean, that was an important thing to me when I was the mayor of are we giving our residents and our business owners, they paying property taxes for these services? Are you getting what you pay for is my question.
Anyone in particular wish to respond? Mr. Shear.
Yeah, go ahead. I would like to jump in and say absolutely not. Just in the 2 properties we have ownership in, you know, we are paying approximately $500,000 a year in property taxes. You know, I don't feel like we get much for that. I feel like that can go not just the police department, across a lot of the services in Minneapolis.
Mr. Lloyd, do you wanted to respond to this question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I feel that for the tax that we pay, the response that we got that night was, and I don't know if that was, they were spread too thin or what that was, but we did not, I mean, we had neighborhood people calling. I called several times and there was nobody that came. And so come to find out, there were bigger targets that they were protecting. Like Allianz Field was the one that was protected in St. Paul. And I question, I mean, I don't know how many soccer games they have in a summer, but we have people in our store every day. And I know that that was a big investment for the city, but we're impacting people's lives every day with medicine, and to have a soccer game come before that, I feel that that's a little bit, you know, it's a balance of the scale. It's tipped the wrong way, in my opinion. I probably don't pay the same tax amount, but I think for the care that we provide to the community, I think that has some weight to it too. So I feel like we were shorted on that night, but up till then, we've had good response from them.
Mr. McCurder, did you want to respond to Senator Yazinski's question?
You know, I think before this year in 2018 and 2019, one of the biggest problems my business had as a convenience store and a gas station, it's a place where a lot of people will come to use the bathroom, ask for directions, and use it as a safe place to go to when they're fleeing a really tough situation. I had 3 occasions in the year of 2019 where we've had someone overdose in either our bathroom or on premise, and there's been others that have been near the store. And in the response times of upwards of 40 minutes, it could be problematic for us. One, because there's always that constant question to the cashier and to those around, even if they know what they're doing and how to best handle that situation, until the first responders, which do include the police, arrive. Just because that level of respect for the frontline employees. So we hear all the time about these heroes and whatnot who are in law enforcement, who are in the healthcare business, but also it's our obligation in retail as well to report crime when we see them, and also to cooperate with the police. And I feel that, you know, it's something that's been kind of forgotten lately, that maybe the cashier does understand and know the difference between someone that may be having a lack of who may be who is a diabetic and may be going through that kind of a withdrawal, someone who's drunk, and someone who may have taken an opioid. So in terms of the response times and whatnot, it's been, there's been a lot left up to, a lot more to be desired from the standpoint of me and from my staff.
Senator Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, all of you, for coming here to speak on behalf of your experiences as business owners. And I'm one of those that think that all businesses are essential. Unfortunately, COVID, you know, we've had to label businesses one thing or the other, but everything you do for our communities is crucial, important for the fabric of our Lake Street, of our North Minneapolis, of our Midway area. I'm actually a small business owner off of Lynn and Lake Street, so our business was, our building was broken into 3 times, about three times during the unrest on the 29th. I have video coverage of it from our landlord. I have pictures of it. Our business was not impacted, but the people on the lower level, one of them was a jewelry store, complete looting, and the other one was an accounting firm. One of them was a small business, was also a minority-owned business. So I have a few questions for maybe Senator Newman or Senator Limmer, but we started the proceedings here, the hearing, with a video, and I'm just curious who prepared the video.
I believe the Republican Comms Department did. Correct me if I am wrong, but I believe that would be the answer to your question.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, Senator Newman. Why was there an R on the bottom? And I'm asking, I'm just curious, because we're picking and choosing parts of the media that we want the public to look at, and there was a lot going on those days of June. I think we have at least an account for the days starting, Memorial Day, and then May 25th through May 31st. And I know that we might want to go even beyond that, but you know, we're going to put an R next to a video that we're sending out. This is a bipartisan committee. I just want to be able to really keep this as nonpartisan as possible, and that R just bothers me. And I'm assuming that that's the case, that the Republican caucus paid for the video and picked the clips to show for it and the sources. I'm not sure how long it took, but certainly we got word of this hearing very, very late to prepare. I actually had to clear my calendar because now I can't go back to my business to get back on track as well. And now we're talking about 3 weeks of hearings. So let's be careful, because when we start committee hearings, I've been here 8 years. I've never been in a committee hearing where any part of the caucus puts on a video. We've gotten videos from the testifiers. I remember on many occasions, including bills that I've heard, I've had the pleasure of introducing here, where the testifiers come with a video and can, you know, back those up. But never have I seen it come from a caucus to present and lay a foundation of what we want the public to see. So I just want to make sure that we restrain from doing that, because you're just picking and choosing what the public views when they can do a quick Google search. I could have given you videos, like I mentioned, of my building. In fact, I invited the Majority Caucus to come to my office to tour Lake Street and to talk to business owners like myself, not just because I know that how this process works, but also I'm a minority-owned business, and I know many of those are too, and I know we have some that testified here, but I'm also concerned that 70% of the Lake Street corridor, for instance, is Hispanic-owned businesses, and we have none represented in this hearing. So when we're going to represent what happened on these days, let's make sure we continue to talk about the different voices. If you want to talk about dismantling the police, it's been mentioned. I'm keeping track of that. It's been mentioned 4 times. If you want to have a hearing about dismantling and defunding the police, we could have both sides of that discussion and have a hearing. I have no problem with that. But don't insert that into this hearing, because there's nothing on the table from the state Senate on either side of the aisle regarding defunding. And we can have the mayor of Minneapolis, we can request the city council people to come here and defend their positions, but it's been talked about 4 times. No one's mentioning that. We know that we need public safety. I've heard it in this committee already from our testifiers that to this day you still don't feel safe. That's terrible. That is a function of government, that we feel safe, that we pay taxes, and then those tax dollars are to help support our community. When we don't have healthy communities, we don't have healthy businesses. And what happened here in Minnesota and in Minneapolis and St. Paul is unprecedented. I don't think anyone could have fathomed that this would happen. No one asked for George Floyd to die the way he did. No one asked to see that video. If you've seen it, I've only seen it once, and I never want to see it again. And I'm not making that a justification for what happened to our businesses, because we need law and order, but we also need to be supportive of what that looks like. My father was a police officer in Puerto Rico before I was born. He left it. He left that career. It's a tough career. And I support Senator Ingebretson when you say people will not want to be police officers. We need to support them, and I want to support them. We also need to support our businesses. So I just want to make sure that when we are coming into 6 days of this testimony, that we are balanced, that we bring all the voices to the table, because I don't see my people represented in terms of my ethnicity, my background, my race. But, and I know that a lot of it is those people. And frankly, these people have different stories of how some of them can't even speak English, and they're still pursuing businesses. And I'd be happy to translate. And the last thing I want to say, and I probably will keep going, but later with more questions, but there's no sanitation at the testifier table, and it bothers me too. So let's make sure that our testifiers are also safe. So I don't know, we can have a protocol here, because you're getting exposed as well, being here, taking the time and the risk. At least I take it seriously for your health as well. So let's make sure that happens. I asked for a Zoom option for members like Senator Latz, who has not been able to come for very good reasons, and many others. We have a member of the Senate who's undergoing chemotherapy. He should never be here. But he can't participate if we're going to have this happening, that we're not going to have an option for people to really be part of this discussion.
I asked for that, and correct me if I'm wrong, from your CA, but I never got a response from the committee, and I'm part of this committee. I never got a yes or no directly of what that option would look like if I wanted to stay home and work from home. And lastly, it's not just black and brown. I mean, we have indigenous land too. A lot of these lands that we're talking about where the rioting happened were indigenous, and we don't have members of that community that are also business owners, nonprofit owners. They pay, taxes in their own way too. So let's make sure that we have all the voices represented and that we don't portray something that is frankly one-sided or that doesn't talk about the full story. I know our media is here and they do a phenomenal job, but not all the media was represented in that clip. So that's what I want to just, you talked about decorum, Senator Newman, and I agree with you. We need decorum. This is a very, very sensitive issue in our history of our state. But we also have to set the example and our tone and who comes to our table to be part of this discussion. And if we're going to continue to leave people behind, it's not going to work. We're never going to get above and beyond this. So thank you for giving me the floor, Senator Newman, and let's see how we can work together. We can't afford not to. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Franzen. I'll respond really, really briefly to your comments. Regarding the video that was shown, I really think that what we tried to do would be to show public video that had been established from the various news agencies that showed the destruction that went on. I wasn't trying to slant it in any way, but I will do my best in the future in upcoming hearings to engage with the Minority Caucus as to what's going to be in the videos. The issue of defunding cops, that is a topic that will come up in a future hearing, and I'm going to do my best to make sure that both sides are at the table at the same time. The Zoom, I will tell you that I was copied in on your request for a Zoom, and the response was we decided not to utilize Zoom hearings. Normally, under normal circumstances, the Senate doesn't do them anyhow. But I do want you to understand that you were included in a response to your question to all members of both the Judiciary Committee and the Transportation Committee regarding testifiers. We honestly have done the best that we can to get testifiers to come in. And I will note for committee members, I have been engaged with Senator Cohen on testifiers, but there's a reluctance of the testifiers that have come forward.
Senator Newman, would you speak on your mic?
I have to congratulate the testifiers that came forward today. It takes a certain amount of courage. There is a genuine fear of retaliation if testifiers come forward. I can assure you, Senator Franzen, there was no attempt to exclude the Hispanic community. And we will continue to try and include them. There will be a committee hearing coming up where we're going to try and engage not necessarily business owners, but folks out of the community. And maybe you could help us with getting some testifiers, because truly there is reticence in voluntarily coming forward. So that would be my response, Senator Franzen. Senator Dietz, I'm sorry, Senator Rarick, you are next. I'm confusing myself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got the question, I guess, to start for Mr. McWhorter and Mr. Awajian. And during those early days, you talked about when you made the decision to defend your businesses, and when there wasn't much help for you, And, listening to the testimony from Mr. Kernan, could tell how emotional he got, worried about the potential. What went into your decisions what did you have to weigh when you made that decision to come in and defend your business, worried about yourself, what you might have to do if there was a confrontation? Can you help us understand just the process you had to go through to just make that decision?
Mr. Wani.
So let me,
Senator Rarick, was the question directed at Mr. Wani?
which would you like to respond first?
We'll go with Mr. Owani first.
Well, like I said, when the reason why we went home on Thursday was because we were kind of scared that there was that somebody would get hurt in some way. But then we noticed the difference of us being out there on Wednesday, and obviously us not being there, and seeing other businesses get hit because they weren't there, seeing businesses not get hit because they were there. It seemed more beneficial to be there, show a presence, show that we're not gonna let it burn down. Nobody really, a lot of these people didn't want violence towards themselves. If they were to attack somebody, there's gonna be some repercussion of some sort. So we felt that it was pretty necessary for us to be there, just because showing a presence that we were there. Nobody really wanted to mess with us, mainly just talk bad at us, but then they just continue going. So it definitely made a big difference for us being there and not there for over a week,
Mr. McCurder.
What I'd first like to make clear is that our purpose on being...
Speak into the mic, please.
Our purpose on being on 36 in Lindale was to act as a deterrence, not to be aggressive, not to be confrontational with any individuals. And if there's a time where we get overwhelmed by a crowd, which we were monitoring over the scanners that were made available, we would leave, okay? That's what I want to make clear. On some of the evenings on that corner there, if you're familiar with the area, there is a number of businesses that are over in that area. And some of them were looted prior to when we got there early in the evening. So we began setting up after close, which was, for a few of those nights, it was up until midnight. And then afterward, we had closed the physical location and just went to just safety of that community and whatnot. And so we did watch the store, and we did chase out looters out of one of the adjacent businesses. And what went behind the decision making there is they're going to burn our businesses, and then afterward they're going to go for people's homes. And some of the anecdotes from customers of mine that have been in my store since these all has taken place is they've had to confront people breaking into their dwelling. Okay, and so me defending my business and the businesses around the area, along with the many countless volunteers and people up and down 36 and up and down Lindale that were watching the businesses. And, for them, watching the businesses it's a well-lit area where they can get in and out safely. If you're watching your home, there could be multiple angles and you're not sure where someone's hiding at, or where they're going to ditch a truck that is filled with looted items and that has 2 tanks of gas and no license plate, and you've called the cops at 11 a.m. and by 6 p.m. they still were unable to address that issue. And when there's car fires in the area, so for us watching the business, it wasn't so much, again, it wasn't so much on my own, on my own gumption, as much as I'm observing other people taking the lead on that. And I realized that I need to watch my business just as much as they're watching it.
You have a follow-up, Senator Rarick?
Thank you. And, I was able to make one quick trip, and I appreciated when we toured Minneapolis one day. And in North Minneapolis on West Broadway, we heard that as well. So many people made that decision to go out and protect. And so I want to say that was brave and just because I know most people weren't doing it for themselves, and that means a lot. And I guess the next question then would be, so were most of the confrontations verbal, or did you end up having any physical confrontations with people who were coming there?
Mr. Awani.
They were mostly verbal, so that we're happy for that, thankful for that. Also, I wanted to say that there's an Advanced Auto Parts right across the street from us, and people were there. I mean, they looted that almost every day, it seemed like. So one night, I forget which day it was, people were they broke in and they had gas cans. They were gonna try to start it on fire. But then we started hearing loud yelling, a lady kind of yelling at people, and so that kind of caught our attention. And it was a lady that lives in the apartment right next to it. She was yelling at these people, telling them that, like, what you guys are doing isn't solving anything. And you guys realize that there's a house right next door and there's a whole apartment complex right next door. Once this goes up in flames, these houses and these people's homes might go up in flames. And so we went out there, and my dad and the couple of the security guards, they went out there to kind of help her, kind of get them away. Then the rest of us kind of stayed on the edge of the property to make sure that we didn't get attacked as we were trying to help someone else, you know. So, so I just wanted to add that in there, that, I mean, that neighbor, she helped save that place to go up in flames. And I kind of lost track of the original question.
Well, Mr. Stage has come to the testifiers table. Mr. Stage, did you want to respond to Senator Rarick's question?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Stage.
There were a couple people that tried to prevent the initial looting of Lloyd's Pharmacy, to have them not break the windows, and they were chased away with bats. They were going to hit them with bats, and so that was. It's just a neighborhood pharmacy, so people were just there and just were like, don't do that, but they were chased away with bats, and so that's it was verbal, but then they were willing to use physical threats.
Mr. McCruder?
On numerous occasions were individuals threatening with the use a threat of violence against us and the people that had volunteered on the property. I can share one. It's on some of the clip of one of the Star Tribune reporters. He was interviewing me, and there was an individual who was pretending to be drunk and got real aggressive with everyone that was on property. We'd called the cops. It took some time for them to come, and I think it was like 2:30 in the morning. The cops, it was K-9 units that were visiting us there, and they had indicated us that they were in no position to apprehend this individual, nor did they care. And they said they left it up to us to deal with the individual. He straightened up pretty quickly when one of the officers had rolled down one of the windows so that the gentleman could hear the dogs barking and whatnot, as kind of a threat, I suppose. But the individual we ended up chasing off and whatnot, but this wasn't after about an hour of back and forth of him saying all sorts of anti-Semitic, extremely racist things pointed at not only me, but of some of the Native American folks that were on property, some people that have Hispanic background, and also the white individuals as well. He was trying to provoke a situation there that could have gotten worse if someone had a hot temper or something like that, that we had to defuse. There was also people hanging out of vehicles moving at a high rate of speed down Lindale that were making threats and gesturing like they had guns or something like that, or they're going to be coming back and making those kind of things. But in terms of where it came down to combating anyone, we luckily and thankfully did not have to deal with that.
Thank you. Next on our list is Senator Dziedzic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a comment and then about 3 questions, if that would be okay. My first one is I have to ask Mr. Wajwan if Cindy and Assad are your parents or your aunt. Okay. I'll just let everybody know, his parents went to school with my sister. His dad is good friends with my sister. So grew up with your parents at my family's house, and I may have met you at St. Mary's Taste of Lebanon. Yep. In the past, so glad that you are here. Glad your family is okay.
Thank you.
But, so I grew up around your parents, and I know that they have been in this business for quite a while. They, Lebanese, so very active in the community in both Northeast Minneapolis, and then you kind of moved a little bit out of Northeast and ventured up. But I know you mentioned that this is your family's life, and it has been. So I have known your parents since high school. So
yeah, I do remember meeting you at St. Mary's. It was last year.
Yep. They have a great fall festival, fabulous food, fabulous music, fabulous dancing. If anybody wants to go and have some fabulous food. I don't know if because of COVID they'll be able to do it this year, but it is a very just a warm and welcoming community. And they have been passionate in all these stores that they've owned multiple stores. Your family has in different locations, and so I know you put your heart and soul into it. And so it was good to just hear how it impacted you, and I'm sure it was, like Senator Friend said, anybody could get emotional when it's your family and it's your business and it's your livelihood when there's impact to it. I mean, we would wonder if you weren't emotional because, again, that is your life and it does become part of your family and your employees become part of your family. And I know that my area in Minneapolis was not as heavily damaged as some others, but I know the city and we've had multiple state agencies have been involved. I know I serve on ag and housing, and so I know the Department of Ag has been out there because a lot of the grocery stores and convenience stores were damaged, and so where do people go shopping and get goods? And then I know the Department of Revenue, I think they are working with the city, and I know Commerce has been out there and maybe talking on some insurance issues, and so some of this might be premature because it might still be in the works, but I'm just kind of asking all the business owners, has the, state or city talked to you about, I know there's a 2007 property tax law that when a certain amount of the city has been damaged and a certain amount of the building has been damaged, that you can get some abatement and some property tax relief. I know that there was some in the tax bill that we did not hear, but there were some provisions out there that looking at tweaking that and another law to literally get more property tax relief for some of these business owners where there was damage. So I'm wondering if anybody's talked to you about that, if the Commerce Department or anybody has been out talking to you about that, and what are some of the barriers on getting your businesses rebuilt. Since we're here to talk about the destruction, I'd also like to know what can we do as a legislature going forward? What would you like to see us doing to help you rebuild and the community rebuild?
Any of the testifiers wish to respond to Senator Dietz's question? Mr. Stage.
Yeah, I would say kind of what Senator Franzen also referred to as, my concerns as a pharmacy owner is we're a target all the time. So, I mean, there's not a day that goes by that we're open that we're not targeted. And so I think we are a target all the time. And so it's always a concern of mine for security and things like that. So I think seeing that and having you guys hear that from me is important to me, although it does make us a target again. Whenever we try to rebuild or say something like that on TV, I mean, then we're marked. But I really feel that collectively this body can do something about that. And I think that that's what I'm looking for. I mean, I know that there's differences in this room, but for the sake of the community, I think coming together and doing what's best for the community, I think you guys can figure that out. And as to your specific question about what you can do, I think working together on initiatives to better the community. I know the University and Snelling corridor there, it's just a, I don't want to say it's an eyesore, but it looks in tough shape. And then you have Allianz Field, and there's some things that I think you can do to better that community, but I think you don't want to forego protection. You can't just put up trees and plants and then people are just going to be nice. We have to also provide the protection that we need in the communities to make people feel safe. And trees are nice and things like that. And I think those help. But then to back it up with something can really, make that community thrive again. So I think that's what I'd like to see. And Lloyd's Pharmacy is just north of University, a couple blocks, so.
Dr. Schaaf, I saw you lean forward when Senator Dietzick was asking her question. Did you want to respond? Dr. Schaaf.
Part of the difficulties going through this is that most of the time I think of myself as just a chiropractor, but I have to put on all these other hats. And then if I did not have the help of my neighbors and the details, what we have to do to navigate through this, say my insurance covers just for the building, but I get the land. But now I have to clear up the land. And by clearing up the land, I have to go through some permit processes. And recently we were told we had to pay property taxes for the full entire year.
That is one of the, I'm going to interrupt you for a minute because that is one of the, thank you, Mr. Chair. That is one of the provisions that Hennepin County brought to our attention, that if you need to tear down the building to get a destruction permit, you have to have been fully paid in property tax for the whole year. So I know we were looking at, could you tweak that? And then there was some question on if the city had the ability to say that the building was not safe. And did that then allow you to take it down before the property taxes were paid? So I'm just pointing out some of the issues that I think as a legislature we need to look at and understand. Again, it's some of the hurdles that these businesses are facing. Thank you.
But then I just got a letter from the
Dr. Shaw.
The property tax, and there's for abatement. But that's another thing, like applying for some of these loans, you have to put together so much and provide the information that it becomes, ongoing. Not to mention, then we had, before we could get the permit, we also had to get a statement. There's so many forms. It's a abatement, or no, it's something with the Metropolitan Council on sewer cutoff. And before we could do that, it was always, there's one or another coming back. And then I just got a water bill today, or yesterday, and the interesting thing said that this bill is, we're not a guesstimate, this is an estimate. It appears that your water water meter doesn't work, and it's an estimate at this time. Please call the office if you have any problems. So it's just, there's a number of issues, and a number of issues of different hats you have to put on to understand this process that none of us were expecting.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't really know where to begin. We've had so many testimonies today. I see that Mr. Scheer is at the desk, and I also have some questions for Dr. Schaaf and Mr. Stage, if you could come down. But while they're coming down, Mr. Scheer, you made a comment When you called the police at around 9:30 that evening, asking for an escort because you wanted to get outside your building, and they gave you a response saying, call the mayor or the police chief. I'm just kind of curious, how did that make you feel?
You know, to clarify, I wasn't exactly asking for an escort. I was asking for direction of what we should do. The feelings I had at that time, when I was told immediately that, were frustration and anger. You know, that was really at the beginning of this whole situation that we're in now. To be able to pinpoint the exact emotion that was going through me at that time is impossible, because there was probably about 50 of them. But frustration, anger, and disappointment are the ones that come to mind right now. You know, I was just reaching out for help, and I wasn't able to get any, and that's pretty difficult.
One other question while I have you up front. You said you found bullet cartridge casings.
Yes.
Do you remember the caliber?
I didn't find them myself. They were brought to my attention by the remediation company that was cleaning up inside one of the spaces. I believe the calibers were, they were handgun rounds, I think 40 caliber and a 45 caliber.
Okay, all right, thank
Senator
you.
Limmer.
Mr. Stage, you had the pharmacy, and the question I had is, you've relocated your store, but are you up to full strength now, or do you have all your employees gone back to work? Or
Mr.
are they
Stage.
disrupted?
Thank you. Yes, so to answer the question, what we've done is I own Setzer Pharmacy in Roseville, and we have moved as many patients and serviced as many patients as we can out of that location. It's about 12, 13 minutes away from Lloyd's Pharmacy. And in the meantime, this last month, we've been opening a satellite pharmacy of Lloyd's, because right now in the Midway, I don't know if there's a pharmacy open right now. CVS is still closed. So there's no way to get meds for people that are using the public transportation. They have to go all the way to Roseville or down to Highland, I believe. And so we're hopeful to open up the satellite pharmacy next week. And it's just, you know, it's thrown together quickly, but it should service us until we can get built back up again.
Senator Kaczynski, did you have a on-point question, or?
To that point, but I'll let Senator Limmer finish
Senator
first,
Limmer.
please.
Your business, when it was burned, did you lose medical records as well?
Mr.
Yes.
Stage.
Yes.
And how does one restore medical records if they're burned?
Mr. Stage.
So our computer was backed up to the cloud Wednesday, the 27th, and that was the last backup because the Thursday night backup didn't occur because of the damage. So we had to, our pharmacy's vendor remade the server, and we have that in our possession. And then the medical records, what we're allowed to do by law is we could fill off of people's bottles an emergency 1 month supply. So that's what we were doing. And we were filling, at Setzer Pharmacy, we were filling CVS, Walgreens, Lloyd's. I mean, we were filling for a lot of pharmacies. And we are delivering into the Midway area from Roseville to service those people. But the medical records that we lost, you know, a lot of it was paper, but a lot of it we have now back in the server.
All right.
I can reprint it for you if you'd like it. No, I'm just kidding.
You have one more question,
Thank you.
Senator?
Just for Dr. Schaaf. Dr. Schaaf, maybe the question is somewhat similar. How did the destruction of your business affect your clients? And do you have a cloud backup on your medical records as well that could have been destroyed?
Dr. Shaw.
I'm still working out the details. It's everything is stored there. There is some backups, but there's some that just can't be replaced.
Yeah.
There's, because of almost 20 years in practice, a couple of years before that in another location, not everything's up in the cloud.
You have another question?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick comment. You know, I represent a suburban area where it's kind of like Florida. Instead of gas stations on every corner, it's starting to be pharmacies on every corner. And what I find is, well, if my pharmacy happened to have a fire, I can very easily just move literally across the street and get enough medication to at least get me reoriented, and I can move on with very little disruption. But in some of these urban environments where you don't even have the retail setting or the square footage space for many, many blocks. Look for a gas station in South Minneapolis, and they're rare and hard to find. Same with pharmacies, and I think we kind of forget that not every neighborhood has all of the services that we might have in the suburbs. And so it's one thing I kind of learned today, and the disruption for citizens over in the aftermath of rioting and looting and burning really puts a lot of people in an awkward state. You may be located at a pharmacy 10 or 15 more miles away, but might as well be 150 miles away because it's almost impossible to get there.
Can I speak to that?
Mr. Lloyd, or Mr. Stage, I'm sorry.
That's okay. There was a safety concern when you wipe out, I think there were 12 pharmacies in the metro area that were hit, and they were between Lake Street and then University, but they're calling it a pharmacy desert, where it's a safety concern, where if someone needs their insulin, how can they get it? And then how, what the pharmacy is left over, how can we staff it and meet the demands in the hours that we're open? I mean, it becomes so hard. You're pushing all those patients to other pharmacies, so it becomes very difficult, and it became a safety issue, and that's why they allowed us that emergency 30-day. But otherwise, everyone has to go to the ER to get their meds.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I had one last question.
Senator Limmer.
I know I'm pressing you.
Mr. Chairman.
My question is, we may not be out of this whole reaction yet. There could be another incident that may trigger high emotion. There may be a threat to rioting and looting again. Does anyone here have a suggestion to those of us in government? How can we handle a situation like that better? Is there anything, if you had a blank check, if you had anything to do to make it better, to protect your business or make you feel safe in the event of a circumstance like that, what could we in the government do better to be better prepared?
I see Mr. McCurder coming to the table. Mr. Scheer.
In government, the big thing is, for me, when I watched the officers leave the 3rd precinct, I knew that we were abandoned. They abandoned their own property. When the police department can't even protect their own home, how can I expect them to protect my property? I just feel like the police department was under direction to give up and let the riots go, and everyone will just have to clean up afterwards.
Mr. Magruder.
One of my former employees was the late Tyrone Williams. He was an activist in the community, and he did a lot in terms of when the Jamar Clark situation took place, the situation on the pipeline in North Dakota, as well as the Philando Castile. We would talk quite a bit on certain issues involving our community and whatnot, and one of the things that he brought up was to the credit of law enforcement, is the fact that you guys were really tactful in government coordinating when you guys were releasing certain things, depending on schooling and whatnot, and whether it was in session or whether it was not, and also coordinating with some of the activists and the leaders and whatnot to make sure that if there's bad actors who they know are trying to get in the mix, that they're able to pull them over. And I think that was one of the failings with what took place this time, is that a lot of the bad actors weren't turned over. They were allowed to get in the mix with this group, and we know from talking with people who are in law enforcement, they knew a lot of these actors and they couldn't get to them, or they were chasing them for days throughout the cities and whatnot, because they know they were hitting all these targets here and there. They know what they look like. They know if they live in Minnesota, if they don't and whatnot. And there was people that were actively working against them from the way it's been explained to me. And that's to the credit of the prior situations where we've had really high-level situations take place that get communities riled up, and rightfully so and whatnot. As long as there's coordination and there's more things that are building us and drawing us all together and helping us appreciate that we share 99% of the things we share and we're going to agree on. There's going to be a few things we're going to have to just have a difference of opinion on, but the mentality of a lot of people right now is very thin, and they're really quick to be very divisive and very aggressive in their viewpoints and their attitudes, and I think that's going to lead to more destruction, in my opinion.
Senator, are you finished, Senator Limmer? Thank you. Senator Yazinski, I'd like to go to the next testifier on the list, or senator on the list, but did you have a follow-up question to one of Senator Limmer's questions?
Yes, I did, actually, from Senator Limmer, and then he kind of got back to it in the end, so thank you. But first of all, I want to say thank you to all your testifiers for coming in today. I love your motion, Mr. Stage. I hopefully someday will come and shop at your store when you have a new store, but thank you for coming in. I know it is an emotional item, but it really is the same thing, kind of Senator Limmer just followed up on his last point is, so what could you tell your elected officials who are in charge of public safety on the events over that weekend? What would you tell them to do different? What would you tell them you need? And any one of you can answer.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Stage.
I would say that we need to have the confidence that we're going to have the protection that's needed so this doesn't happen again. I don't think we need to have soldiers marching up and down the street, but I think we have to have a sense of security in that the people that come into the pharmacy feel safe and they can walk through the neighborhoods safely, and for this to not happen again, I think it's going to take time. I don't think this is going to happen overnight. I think me reopening and wanting to reopen and forgive the people, I think that's where the forgiveness can happen and the healing can start, and then we rebuild and say, okay, hey, we're gonna do this. We can do this, and I think a lot of the community, can get together and rally around that. So that's kind of where that's what I'm hopeful that's going to happen. I mean, I do fear that there could be some other, thing that could happen and we could get targeted, but I'm hopeful that that doesn't happen.
Okay, Senator Dibble, you are next on the list. However, I'm told that I cut Senator Dietzick off. I didn't mean to. Senator Dietzick, did you have a follow-up question before I go to Senator Dibble?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was kind of along the same lines when I was talking about what businesses needed, listening to what the help the businesses needed to rebuild, and I appreciate all of you for coming and understand that it's emotional reliving all this. But I also want to follow up. Dr. Schaaf mentioned that a lot of the businesses along the Lake Street corridor, along the, and then I know the University corridor, they are a lot of cultural businesses. It's a very diverse community. Senator Franzen mentioned that about 70% of Lake Street businesses are Hispanic operated or owned. I know I have a lot of East Africans in my district, and I know they shop and spend a lot of time on Lake Street. Senator Limmer earlier mentioned that we do need to listen to people, and I think we do need to listen to the diverse communities. I appreciated, Mr. Chair, that you mentioned that we'll be having another committee hearing to talk about the community and to hear from them, and I would hope that we would reach out to some of the people in the community. A lot of the video that we saw earlier was I believe I saw Senator Dibble's district there. I also saw a lot of Senator Torres-Ray district. It was devastated. And I know she has been out talking to the community. And when you talk about the diverse business owners that live there, and you all talked about some of the barriers that you have and the amount of paperwork, and it is just overwhelming, and it is like a whole new line of business. And then if you add language barriers to that, and you add just different expectations or just understanding of government, that is a whole nother layer. And so, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask Patricia, Senator Torres-Ray, just a question. I don't know if that's appropriate, but her district was heavily, heavily damaged, and she has been out there talking to a lot of the ethnic businesses. I know because I have connected her with being on the Ag Committee. I got a call from the Ag Commissioner, and so connected her to them, and talking to the Commerce Department and connected her to them because she's on the ground out there. So I would just like to ask her, or if she could have a moment to speak of what she is hearing from the business owners, because they, a lot of those that I know she has talked to are minority-owned and ethnic business owners that, I mean, may be frightened to be here, may be afraid to be here, and just this is all so new to everyone. So that's...
Senator Dziedzic, I appreciate the invitation. However, this is not an ad hoc committee. And I certainly do not wish to be impolite to Senator Torres-Ray. But if I begin allowing members to testify who are not members of this standing committee, I'm not at all sure where it is going to lead. If Senator Pappas.
We have a lot of information to share. Some of you joined me when I did a tour, both in Minneapolis and St. Paul, and you saw Mr. Stage in that tour and our chiropractic friend as well. A lot of us have a lot at stake here, and if this is the game for the Senate, this is where the discussion is being had, then Mr. Chairman, I think it behooves you to hear all speakers, and especially our speakers from the Posse Caucus, our minority members who are most heavily impacted, family-owned businesses like Mr. Stage, as well as the minority Latinx businesses and the immigrant businesses were the ones that were impacted, and we're not seeing enough diversity here, and I hope we will in future meetings. And I just want to ask you very politely, Mr. Chairman, to please let Senator Torres-Ray speak.
Thank you, Senator Pappas. I would point out that we do have members on the standing committee that are members of the Posse Committee. I'm just so very hesitant to open this up to other senators testifying because honestly I don't know where it is going to lead. I have no doubt that Senator Dziedzic, you and Senator Torres-Ray have been in contact. I believe that Senator Torres-Ray and Senator Herr have been in contact with Senator Dibble. Perhaps they could put forth the information that you want to speak on. There will be as I indicated, a hearing where we are going to invite community members to come in and testify. And maybe you could help us locate those folks to come in and testify at that future hearing. But I will respectfully decline Senator Pappas's request. I appreciate how courteous that you have been. I am not trying to be discourteous to Senator Torres Ray, but I just feel that we have to keep this confined to this joint standing committee. And Senator Dietzick, if there is any information that you wish to confer on the committee and speak on behalf of Senator Torres Ray, I would invite you to do so at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Senator Torres Ray can speak for herself. I think she has a better understanding of the business owners that she has talked to. I consider that I had a supporting role during all of that. Thankfully, my district was not damaged as much as the other senators in Minneapolis, and so I felt like I was the one able to sit there and read the emails and then forward the information out to them as they were literally on the ground dealing with the business owners who, again, their businesses, these business owners were the businesses burned to the ground. I know there have been other standing committees and other joint committee hearings in the Senate where there have been members who weren't on those committees that were at the table. So I don't know what the different the rules are. I'm not going to argue that. I'm just going to point that out, and just I don't have the details as well as Senator Torres Ray does. I think she adds a unique voice here that she could share, and I encourage you all to reach out to her to make sure that we have it, and her citizens and her residents and constituents are heard, because that district was heavily damaged. After, again, this all gets back to Mr. George Floyd's death.
Thank you, Senator Dietzick. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Frentz, do you have something you wanted to jump on to this? Mr. Chair, I saw Senator Frentz. I'm sorry, I saw Senator Frentz waving his hand, and I know that you had jumped to Senator Jasinski to build on something that Senator Limmer was saying, and we stuck with him for a while. It sounds like Senator Frentz would like to jump onto something that Senator Dietzick is now saying. So if we could jump to Senator Frentz and then come back to me.
I'd be happy to. Did you want to speak, Senator Frentz? I'm sorry I didn't see your hand.
Mr. Kaluz actually took it down, but thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think the chair's prerogative allows to have speakers limited to the two committees that are joined here, but I do think the chair could also entertain a motion to make an exception, and I would like to make the motion that this committee allows Senator Torres Ray to speak for a limited period of time. I'd also like to point out, Mr. Chair, that I've complimented you many times on your ability to keep things moving, and I have little doubt that if Senator Torres Ray speaking leads to a rush of other senators who join the committee, that you'll do an excellent job keeping them brief and to the point. And with that, I would like to bring a motion to allow Senator Torres Ray to make a brief address to the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Frentz, you ever have a debate with yourself? Senator Frentz.
All the time, Mr. Chair.
I
always win, too.
If you would, Senator Frentz, if you would care to withdraw your motion, I will concede the point. I will ask Senator Torres Ray to make a brief statement. If you wouldn't mind, Senator Torres Ray, I know that you've got a great deal of input in this, and truly I'm not trying to be impolite to you. I would point out to you that we do have a rather lengthy list of members of the committee that wish to speak, but Senator Frentz has convinced me otherwise. Senator Torres Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do withdraw the motion, and I appreciate the chair's indulgence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Now the pressure is really high, and I didn't intend to do that. That was really not my intention. Really, my intention was to be here for you because I have been working with you, and you know that I have been having hearings in our own district and meeting with the business owners every day. And this is very emotional for me. Watching this video was really heartbreaking. I have been doing this work and meeting with business owners every single day, talking to the governor, to this administration. I am very grateful to Senator Pappas, who brought the largest bipartisan delegation to our district to visit. Because unfortunately, people have not been able to see this. See, the streets are closed. So they are not able to actually walk into the street and figure out what's going on. Senator Pappas did that for us and brought a delegation of the bonding committee, and I am so grateful for you. And Senator Sanjum was there as well. So you were able to see that and gave a very moving speech that the business owners that were there will really remember that, Senator Sanjum. I appreciate that you were there. And members of the committee were there. I appreciate your presence. 1,500 business were impacted. 790 are in our districts in Minneapolis. I don't know what is going to happen with these hearings. I wish I can tell you today that something will come out of this hearing. I do not know. I do not understand why we have a transportation committee and a judiciary committee present in front of you. It is very unclear to me because I have heard three things. The first one, and you alluded to it, you have to pay taxes in a few weeks, and people don't have the money to do it. I don't know if there will be hearing in taxes to hear that. I don't know if there will be a hearing in economic development and business. That is the committee that needs to hear your voice. This is not it. I do not know why we're here. So all I can tell you is this. You have my commitment. I have been working with you for the last few weeks, nonstop. I will not stop, and that is the reason for why I decided to do this, which is really unprecedented. I haven't done that in 14 years. I have been serving in this committee, in this Senate, for 14 years. And let me tell you this, every single time we have a tragic incident in our state, the people from those districts actually lead the conversation. When we have a tornado, when we have a flood, those people are the people who are invited to lead this conversation. I have been meeting with people every day. We have an inventory of loss, and we have an inventory that brings your ideas and all of the information that you have provided to the Lake Street Council, to the City of Minneapolis, and to other organizations. I have not once been invited by the Majority Caucus to talk about it, not even once. No member of that caucus has called me, none. That's not true. The president of the Senate did call me. Senator Miller called me, and he asked me to tell him what was going on. He's the only one, only one. So I wanted you to know that, because I really don't know what the outcome of this will be. And lastly, I want to say this. This is the Judiciary Committee. Senator Limmer is sitting in here, and he's the chair of the Judiciary Committee. Please know that the Judiciary Committee has an obligation to investigate, just like you are asking, what is happening? How is law enforcement working? Actually, we're actually asking the same thing that you're asking. We want a reform, a significant reform of our law enforcement system. That's what we want, and we want to hear your voices. Let me finally say that the people who came to damage and cause so much tragedy in our district, I'm going to read you some names. Jessica White, she's from Andover. Dylan Shakespeare, she is from Brainerd. Bryce Michael from Staples. Joseph Phelan from San Antonio, Texas. These are the people who have been arrested. Jessica Lynn from Andover. Moses Terrell from Rochester. Garrett Rigler from Long Lake. I have actually a group of people in my district who are investigating this, and they have collected all the information about the people that have been arrested, for whom we have information. The governor is working on this. That is what the Judiciary Committee needs to hear. That is what these hearings need to be about. The people who came to cause so much damage and terror in my district actually do not live in my district. They don't live in our neighborhoods, okay? That's what the Judiciary Committee needs to understand and investigate. I hope you do. I hope you do, Senator Limmer. And I hope that you actually call the senators of those districts to give you the information about the people who committed these crimes, because that is your job. Thank you, Senator. I do not have a message for the Transportation Committee, because I only would like to make sure that we fund transit so that we have people moving from community to community so they can go back to work, because they are out of jobs, and I just need transit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Torres-Ray. Very briefly in response, the reason why the Judiciary Committee and the Transportation Committee are holding these hearings is because it is in response to the rioting that occurred that began on May 26th, and both the Transportation Committee and the Judiciary Committee have a hand in public safety. Specifically, the Transportation Committee has jurisdiction over the Highway Patrol and Capitol Security, and that is why the Transportation Committee is involved in this hearing. Senator Dibble.
Haven't perfected that move quite yet. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for allowing Senator Torres-Ray to speak. I'll just note that there's some magic persuasion that Nick Friends seems to possess that Carrie Dietzig and Senator Pappas don't possess. I can't imagine what that is.
Senator Dibble, it was collective.
All right. So, Mr. Chair, I have a couple of points I want to make, but I do want to start off with providing a little bit of information, and then ask the businesses a question, and then I wanted to ask you a question. We're here to talk about, ostensibly today's hearing is about the destruction of businesses, to find out information, some baseline information about what exactly happened. The city of Minneapolis, though hadn't been requested directly from you, did provide me with some information that I could share today with the committee about the initial assessments that they have done in Minneapolis. I don't know if St. Paul has accumulated the same or not, but maybe we can get that at a later date. But they've been, of course, assessing under kind of FEMA disaster declaration protocols, assessing what's happened, as well as what they need to do to obtain an SBA declaration. And so for FEMA purposes, what we know is that 53 businesses were destroyed, 31 businesses sustained what's termed major damage, 56 sustained minor damage, and another 885 were affected, so that's 1,025 businesses total. And then there's more information about, so for St. Paul, the damage estimate for 40 properties is $69 million. Lost business assets and inventory for those 40 properties is assessed at $7.9 million. Damage estimate for all properties is at $73 million. An inventory loss estimate for all properties, which is an incomplete number, is $8.1 million. So that's information that we have from St. Paul. There is, I think Senator Dietzig talked about, there are tax abatements for taxes payable in 2020 and a tax credit for 2021 for properties that sustained 50% or more damage, which are eligible for relief. And notices have been sent to about 705 properties. Currently, the city has launched a survey to collect all the data about uninsured businesses and property losses, and they're reaching out individually as well That's coming in slowly but surely. So that's just there's more information here, and I'll share that in the form of a document for the committee and for the public. Members might be aware that the Commerce Department, Commissioner Kelly, did issue some guidance, if you will, or really I think it's a bulletin. I don't know if it rises to the level of guidance, but it's direction to the insurance companies, insurance industry, and how they should respond, particularly to insured business owners. And so I just wanted to try to summarize that at a high level. And then my question to the businesses is, are the insurance companies you're dealing with following any of this guidance or these practices? The first is requesting that best claims practices be applied consistent with the circumstances of a catastrophic event that include expedited claims handling, advanced claim payments, fair treatment for all policyholders, and a moratorium on cancellation or non-renewals of policies. So basically, treating people, in a really fair and above-board fashion. Insurers should not take into account whether policyholders were unable to make a full premium payment during this period of unrest. And also that payout should be based on expected business activity during the time of closure, but assuming that COVID-19 was not factored in. So if businesses were kind of at a normal level, that insurers should err on the side of policyholders when considering the applicability of exclusions, and things like making sure that limitations and restrictions on public access to affected areas because of public orders should not be a factor in determining business activity during those, as well as executive orders that relate to the COVID-19 pandemic. Insurers should not prevent businesses from making quick fixes for immediate repairs in advance of a physical inspection, and also allow video and photographs to be used as documentation and as reasonable proof of damage. And then finally, allowing businesses to build back better with renewable, resilient, sustainable technologies that lower long-term risk rather than having to build back as was, but to build back better. So I'm just hoping to hear if insurance companies, how that process is going, if they're following any of these best practice guidance that the Department of Commerce has issued.
Of the testifiers, who would like to respond to Senator Dibble's question?
I can respond.
Mr. Stage.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So the insurance adjuster that I'm working with, I think the first week after the incident, I don't think he had all of that, what you just said, down. But since that first week after that, I think someone must have got that information to him, because it seems as though he has been treating me that way, which has been really nice, because, and that's where the first week after was, we were pretty devastated. But since then, we've had really fair treatment from the adjuster, which has been really nice.
Great, that's good news.
Yeah.
Mr. Scheer.
I'm dealing with about 9 different insurance companies on this, with all of our different tenants and everything. Some of the insurance companies are being great, following all those guidelines, and some are not. And it really kind of depends upon the person that you're dealing with. And also, most of the insurance companies that I'm dealing with are from out of state, and from my understanding on that, they say they don't need to follow those guidelines because they're headquartered out of state.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you. If anyone else wanted to respond, I'll just say, if folks are making their way up, it doesn't matter if they're out of state. They're doing business here, so we can get some information to you to ask the Department of Commerce to intercede on your behalf.
Mr. Rowan, do you want to respond?
Sure. Yep.
Go ahead.
Our adjuster has actually really been working with us pretty well. He came out next day, and I talked to him just kind of personally, just about the whole situation, and you can really tell that he cares about the small business and wants to make sure that we're taking care of as much as possible. So far, so good on the insurance side. There's also like, I also want to kind of make a comment about the kind of like the relief funds. I guess it doesn't really have to do with insurance, if that's okay, if I can.
Yeah.
So they usually have a cap, and I know that you might be able to kind of continue on with this, but with gas stations, gas volume of sales usually kind of exceeds that revenue cap, but that has nothing to do with really like our sales due to minimal margins, and so the relief funds, we have been having trouble kind of being able to get any of that right now. Still working on it, but as of now, depending on the relief fund, revenue cap is kind of an issue, and I think it's called a carve out. Is that right?
I'm not
Mr.
familiar
McCurdy.
with the.
Yeah, it's called a carve out, kind of about the kind of not. I don't know how to exactly should say it, but to not have a cap like that in certain circumstances, and because our revenue doesn't really show what our profit is and what we make necessarily with the gas because of gallon, because of the volume of gallon sold. So that's kind of I just wanted to add that in there.
Okay, Mr. McCurdy, do you have a response to Senator Dibble?
Yes, Senator Dibble, with respect to the insurance policy, we were fortunate enough to get a call from our insurance agent, and I've actually backed it up with a phone call directly with our insurer. From a financial standpoint, we are fully insured at the store in terms of not only taking care of the business owners, but also our employees and whatnot. And early on in the year, we did make provisions to plan in terms of cash flow, depending on how this whole COVID-19 situation were to play out, that we were taking care of our employees. And that was reiterated numerous times. And I'll make it clear, we have not taken any PPP loans or any sorts of other government programs with that, because we're more focused on getting people in our door and maintaining the safety and well-being of everyone that comes in our property. As long as we can do that, we'll stay open, but it's a challenging set of times right now, as you're well aware of, and that's our main concern, is maintaining the safety of everyone that comes on our property.
Great. Senator Dibble.
Thanks. Senator Lemmer, if you need, is he there? He's been hunting for gas stations in South Minneapolis. The gas station to go to is at 36 in Lindale, because I think they rival Costco for price per gallon. All my neighbors to get their gas. I get my gas at 36 in Lindale. So your neighborhood institution, and very highly respected. So I'm glad you're back on. I just bought my gas there a couple days ago.
I appreciate that,
glad
Senator.
to see you back on your feet. Thank you. Did anyone else want to respond?
I'm not seeing anyone else. Senator Dibble, go ahead.
Thanks. Mr. Chair, just, remind me, you expressed at the outset, as you laid out, the purpose of this hearing and these hearings was not to really get into a discussion about criminal justice or policing matters and police reform and speculating on future policies. But then I heard a series of questions and then an assurance from you that we were going to talk about concepts around defunding police. So I'm confused. Are we going to be discussing ideas around policing and public safety and speculating on policy and public safety ideas? Or are we just going to listen to speeches from the Republicans about how much they disagree with some things that city council members in Minneapolis said? Because if that's what we're going to do, we have a really robust agenda to discuss, and I promise you, Mr. Chair, we're going to bring forward that agenda, and we're going to talk in great detail about what public safety really looks like and what police accountability and oversight and transparency and effectiveness looks like. We have a fantastic agenda as represented by a series of bills that the People of Color Indigenous Caucus have introduced, which are in large measure being excluded except by special dispensation to Senator Friends from these hearings. So just please help me understand how we're going to proceed on that subject in future hearings.
Best I can tell you, Senator Dibble, is that the agenda is still being developed. I would anticipate that law enforcement will be involved in a future hearing. It is not going to be on the agenda to discuss the types of policies that I think that you want to talk about, because at least in my mind, those policies or the way to implement those policies is still being discussed by the various investigations. And it would just seem to me to be, we would be wiser if we wait until those investigations played out so we would have some better information. But I would anticipate that you would have the opportunity to ask questions of Minneapolis Police or St. Paul Police or Highway Department or whoever comes in. But I would not anticipate that we are going to become involved in a full-fledged discussion of bills that you or other members of the Senate want to bring forward in an effort to address the police reform overall issue.
Well, Mr. Chair, is that instruction that you're giving to the DFL members only, or is that instruction that you're also giving to the Republican members of these committees?
It would be committee-wide.
All right, well, that didn't seem to be the case earlier. So let me just tell you, Mr. Chair, we're going to be ready to talk about these things because the Republicans are talking about these things, so we're going to be ready to talk about these things. I'm just laying it out there because it seems like we're not dealing with an even hand on this subject. Finally, I have two more points I need to make. One is, you know, the fact you talked about being unable to round up certain business members, you know, representatives of the business community. Let me just once again emphasize, you really need to be working closely with myself, Senator Hayden, with Senator Torres-Ray, with Senator Herr, with Senator Pappas. I moved to the uptown area of Minneapolis for a specific reason, to be embedded and situated in a vibrant community that's filled with small businesses that I can walk to and patronize. I specifically keep my dollars in my community. I have relationships with many, many of the shop owners in the area in which I live. I'm just a few blocks away from Hennepin and Lake, and I regularly up and down the entire Lake Street corridor and up and down the other two major commercial corridors, Lindell Avenue and Nicollet Avenue, specifically patronize. I have personal relationships. You saw Senator Torres-Ray bringing business community members around. We are deeply connected to these individuals. So any sort of information you're getting about fear of retaliation, I mean, I don't know where that's coming from. I find that hard to believe, but we have relationships. We can bring all kinds of people in. You know, I tried to make a text connection between your committee administrator and our business executive director in the hopes of getting an uptown. But, you know, that's no way to bring people in at the last minute, doing a text connection in the hopes of bringing in a small business representative from the uptown area. So just once again, please work closely with all of us if this is actually not going to be a partisan exercise over a series of 6 hearings. I articulated my skepticism at the outset of this meeting, and my skepticism is compounded by the presentation of something like the video that's been prepared and paid for by partisan staff and partisan resources. We have videos as well that we would like to show that haven't been prepared by partisan interests, that show the amazing good news story that we heard about, community members just turning out to respond with cleanup and with food and medicines and volunteering in the hundreds and thousands. We have people coming from other parts of the metro area and other parts of the state to burn us down, but literally dozens and dozens of people came in from suburban areas as well, bringing in diapers and food. And this is a complicated and multifaceted story, and we have video representations of that. And of course, we have video representations of the police violence that has created all of this disconnect and distrust between the community and our law enforcement officers that we probably need to appreciate and understand as well. So I'm going to make a formal request following this to be able to show some of those media representations, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
Thank you, Senator Dibble. And your formal request acknowledged, and perhaps the videos that you described of the community coming out and volunteering and in the cleanup and so forth would fit into the anticipated agenda that I had mentioned before, where we are going to have community individuals come in and testify. But I acknowledge your request. Senator Howe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think most of the comments that have been asked have been that I was going to ask have been previously asked, but in my civilian role, I'm a building official fire marshal, so I have some questions as far as, have any of you business owners been personally contacted by the inspections division from your related jurisdiction as far as your situations and how much damage? Some of you already know you need to rebuild, but what that process is going to look like, I know that's what we do in our community. I just want to know if that's been reached out to you folks.
Mr. Stage.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I still have not received a full report from the fire department. That has been promised to me. I've been waiting for that, but I don't believe I've received that yet. They have not given me any indication as to when I'll be getting that. We do have plans to rebuild, but they had to knock our building down the same day, so I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Senator Howe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would think that you need that for your insurance claim. You need that fire report. Anyway, I remember providing plenty of those as a fire marshal, and I know that I would think that the building inspections would be reaching out to you saying, hey, this is the process, this is what you have to do, here's the forms you need to file, this is what we need to have you rebuild. But that hasn't happened to any of you folks yet?
So I'm sorry.
Mr. Stage.
Sorry. I might have, so I did receive a report. I thought you meant like the severity or details of it. It's probably all in that report, but I did forward that to the insurance adjuster. And so I just don't know what you mean about rebuilding and how that pertains to that, what you were asking about with the fire burning.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess where I'm going is normally, you know, I just had a bar burned down in the jurisdiction I serve. I was on scene reaching out to that building owner and to the business owner because they were separate entities, saying whatever you need, just give me a call. I'll help you through the process. I'll help you rebuild. Whatever you're looking for, just give me a call. I gave him my card. That's the type of service I was hoping that in this situation, because I know that Senator Dibble went down through the list of how many there were, and I know as big as these jurisdictions are, they have a lot of, their inspection staff is fairly large. It wouldn't take very long to reach out to all those business owners and building owners to reach that personal side to try and reach out to you folks. That's what I'm trying to see if that has happened and that has occurred, to try and give you the guidance you need to get your businesses back open and rebuilt.
I would say that thank you, I'm sorry. I would say I'm doing a lot of this on my own. That's how I feel, but I've talked to so many people in the last couple weeks that it makes my head spin. And then I go home and I talk to my 5 kids and they don't stop talking. So I'm not sure if I can answer that correctly, but it seems to me like we're doing a lot of this on our own and we're not getting the support from the local, government.
Senator Pappas.
Mr. Chairman, it's been so long since I sent my name up that I almost forgot what I was going to say.
Senator, it's really a long list.
Yeah. 4 hours. I was commenting that this reminds me of my granddaughter's Zoom wedding yesterday, which was 7 hours. We're heading that direction. It was more fun, though, I have to think. Mr. Chairman, a lot of my questions were answered, but I did have one thing I wanted to suggest, and in terms of future hearings. And we tried to do this with our group that went and visited the businesses, and that was to go to the Emergency Operations Center in downtown St. Paul and have a briefing from Commissioner Harrington. And I believe that the St. Paul Fire Chief was going to join us too. And we got rained out, and then we ran into a conflict with the session, even though I cleared it with the majority leader, and we weren't able to go to the Emergency Operations Center. And so I just wanted to suggest that you might consider taking the 2 committees there. They take our temperatures, and they're very strict about wearing masks. But it might be interesting to see. Senator Senjum and I have been going round and round about whether we need a new one or not. But they did have a lot of difficulties managing during the civil unrest because of not having really an adequate emergency operations center. It does seem to me that that's very relevant to your discussion. So thank you, and I'd like to thank the business owners for coming here today, and I hope that we'll be able to help with the rebuilding in any way that we can. And I want to assure you that, your local cities, Minneapolis and St. Paul, I'm sure they're watching this hearing, and so I'm sure they got your message about needing some help. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Pappas. Senator Anderson.
I pass.
Senator, I keep forgetting about my mic. Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. And thank you, Senator Pappas, not only for taking us down there and for the genuine nature of your last remarks. You had used the word game half an hour ago, and I started to boil because this is not a game. This is dead serious. And I think I probably took your comment out of context when you said that, because that is not what we're here for today, and I know that you know that, and I know that these folks here, I hope, know that this is not a game. This is dead serious. We're here to learn, and we're here to ultimately lead, and that's our job. And we've been called at this moment in history, which is, I think, unique to any legislative group that's ever assembled at the state capitol. Our state has never seen what we have seen over the last several weeks, and we all know what that is. I'm not going to describe it, but we do have a task, and I thank you, Mr. Chair, for leading us down that path. And it's going to be a path that I think we're going to learn a lot and hopefully lead. And as I said at the site out in Lake Street that day, the eyes of the world are on Minnesota. How does Minnesota come out of this? It all started here, if you will, on that horrible night of George Floyd's, I call it an execution, and the world is watching, and we're charged to move forward with that. What I want to just get into a little bit is you all talk about your business, and they're truly your businesses, but I'm reminded of a friend that lives in the Lake Street area, and she called me on a certain night that a couple days later, actually, when she had an opportunity to see Lake Street for herself. I had not seen it yet. And she said, my stores are gone. My stores are gone. And her framework there was that while these are your businesses and these are your stores, they're also the stores of a lot of other people, and they feel ownership in those stores, perhaps in some cases not unlike you do. And I think it's important to note that out. And so I would just like to hear, and we don't need to get terribly lengthy into this, but just some comments, if anybody has any comments along the lines of what are your customers saying about your loss and what that loss means to them, because I know that's real. I know that you serve, as Senator Dibble has pointed out, a community of people. In many of our cities, it's not quite like that. We just think you live in Minneapolis, well, your drugstore's burned down, you just go to another one. But it's not the case. These are neighborhoods that are unique to the service of the neighborhood. So just any thoughts on that, I think I would appreciate, and I think they're important to point out as we're talking to businesses here today on this chapter of our journey. So thank you.
Mr. Owan.
Yeah, so right now we're lucky to be partially open during construction. So we are having encounters with all our customers again, and people coming back and just thanking us for getting it back open as soon as possible. Because next day we planned the rebuild, So it's been, the community appreciates us being there, and we can see it. My dad has been there. I mean, he's owned him and my uncle owned it for majority of the years, but 17 years we have been in that location, and my dad is there every single day, and so they appreciate a lot of the customers. They appreciate him being there and making sure that the store is there for them and for all the customers. And so and we had just neighbors just volunteer to help us guard the place to make sure it didn't burn down. And that was just, we didn't ask. They wanted to be there to make sure that they were helping us because they wanted that store to be there. So the community is really, it has affected the community a lot more than just the owners, for sure, because nobody has a place to shop if all of us are closed. So, and that's kind of what my dad was there. What his whole plan was, he wanted to come back bigger and better and faster, or as fast as possible.
Can I just ask, do I dare to ask whether, as awful as all this was, that it might just bring us all together a little bit more?
It definitely has brought some people closer. Kind of what was really nice to see, like I said kind of briefly earlier when I was talking about when I had my chance to speak, the community was there before we even got there, helping clean up the place. We got there and because the doors were broken open, people were just sweeping up the garbage already. There was probably about 20 people there before we got there in the morning. And our cameras were down, so we couldn't see until we got there. And it was just like, my dad teared up. I don't see him tear up often. My mom, she was devastated, but really appreciated everybody. That's why we were barbecuing every day for all the people that were helping us. And we have the Hispanic-owned restaurant in the back of the store, and so they would come during the day too, and he would grill outside with us, and so it was a lot of people came together, which was really amazing to see.
Mr. McCurder, did you want to respond to Senator Senjum?
Yeah, so I can. So when you brought up Lake Street, I just want to share this anecdote. My grandmother spent over 30 years at that Target. And
Pull your mic in, please.
My grandmother spent over 30 years at that Target. She retired from that one that burned down, and most of her 6 children had worked at that Target. So that hit hard seeing that go up, and numerous businesses in the area. But, you know, hearing from the neighbors and other community members that are over there and whatnot, and the overwhelming support they've had for myself and my business and my staff, and asking about the well-being, it's amazing. But again, some of the things that definitely concerned me was on places that didn't survive being looted and being burned down, and the look of terror in those people's eyes and whatnot, who watched it happen, and watched as people had their smartphones out recording but weren't trying to do anything, and watched as there was no firemen, there was no police over there to do anything with. To see that look of fear in their face and the lack of confidence they have in our system of things, it's something I can't describe. And I just have, you know, nothing but my heart goes out to those people that had to, that lived and that witnessed it and had to undergo that level of terror. And I think that's something, I mean, more than money, more than material things, that level of terror that was put on these people is something that no one deserves.
Mr. Stage, did you want to respond?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman, I would. I would say that, to answer your question, I think that this will bring the community together. The first weekend after this, I was devastated. My family was devastated. But in the preceding weeks, I have seen more people coming together, working harder, my employees working harder to serve the people. They were worried. They couldn't sleep at night because they were worried about how people were going to get their medications and how we were going to do this. And so they were figuring out ways to service these people. And it's been so beautiful for me as the owner to see this, and you know, as much as it was a huge loss to me, to see people working together, and that is such a much more beautiful thing. And I really feel that can be the spirit behind this, that out of the evil that was intended, good things can happen. I really believe that, and I've seen it firsthand.
Senator Senjum, anything further? Senator Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I've heard some of you talk about forgiveness, and I appreciate that because I think that's what it's really going to take to bring healing to our community again. And that's not an easy thing to have. Mr. Scheer is the only one I have a question for. If he could come up real quick. So, Mr. Scheer, my understanding, as I listened to you, is that there's a school within your group?
Yes, Minnesota Transitions Charter School.
Okay. And
Senator
do you know what? I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you know what will happen to that school in this fall?
Mr. Scheer.
So that is a big planning stage that we've been in. They are right now have organized that they have enough schools that they can move enough students around via bus to the point of approximately 40 students that they need a home for. Some different organizations have reached out to them to try and find a home for them. With the amount of water damage and the amount of mold that's in that school right now, we have decided to, instead of taking a rush and getting the school back open again by school opening, that we're actually going to take our time and try and rebuild it better.
Thank you.
Senator Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for all of you gentlemen. I see it's just gentlemen today. I am really sorry for what you've gone through. And I hope that you get helped in any way possible. But at least we could hear from you today, and I'm sure there, as we know, many more. And there's losses that are beyond brick and mortar, and I know you know that. I'm hearing that from you. I'm hearing that from your hearts. You know, and it's not just the city. Everybody's been affected by this. And I appreciate Senator Franzen's at one point said something similar to, there is no justification for what destruction has gone on, not only to businesses, but to anything else. There's no justification for what you're having to go through. From my point of view, the deaths and the loss of all that's been caused. So I'll end with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hall. Senator Klein.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you to all the witnesses and the testifiers today. Honestly, the 4 hours you spent with us have changed, I think, each one of us, certainly me. Mr. Stage in particular, the moment when you showed the photo of your business and your 5 children and said that you forgave the people who had done it, that's as elevated and inspiring a moment as I've seen or heard here in the legislature, and as deeply representative of our Minnesota values as I have ever experienced. When I'm an old man, I'll be telling that story, Mr. Stage. It's something that we can all try to imitate up here at this table. And in that spirit, Mr. Chair, I have some suggestions, again, along the lines of process, as my colleagues have for future meetings of this kind. I was also mystified at the outset why the Transportation Committee was part of this proceeding, which deals with public safety and criminal justice. But you explained that, I guess. I still would feel at this singular moment in history that there are members of the Senate who are more appropriately seated at this table, members who represent the districts of these businesses, members who represent communities of color who can speak to those concerns. I would request before future meetings you consider substituting me, legislator from Mendota Heights, with Senators Hayden or Senator Champion or Senator Herr, who I feel could represent this situation and speak to it in a way that Minnesotans well deserve. I also felt that opening with the video was inflammatory. It opened with several clips of the governor, which were taken out of context and appeared to cast him in a false light. If we're going to start with a video, I think it might have been appropriate to start with one that times out at about 8 minutes and 48 seconds. I'm not suggesting that we watched that horrible video, but what we did is we watched a reaction without proper consideration or acknowledgement of the action that led to that reaction. I think it was a disservice to this subject as a whole. In future sessions, we need to acknowledge that. And then lastly, I have to, before I end, close, sir, just from my perspective as a medical professional, you mentioned that there are testifiers who are too afraid to come here to speak. And I think you said it was because of fear of retribution. I would say that there are testifiers who should be afraid to come here to speak because it is a medical risk. We know that the most high-risk transmission situations for COVID-19 are situations in a closed room where people are speaking for prolonged periods. Could illustrate it with a photo and a video of this, exactly what we are doing right here. I heard your explanation about why you don't want to do this by remote option or by telemetry. I respect that. And I have to say, I regret that these things have become a political flag of sorts, because they shouldn't be. They're a basic safety tool. If we were going to go to a construction site with Senator Senjum's committee, we would all put on hard hats and nobody would think twice about it, nobody would object to it. It is even more appropriate that when we are sitting here and speaking in close quarters for more than 4 hours, that we would all don one of these and not remove it. And it's even more appropriate because we're not protecting ourselves as we would be with the hard hat. We're protecting all of you out there and the reporters and that staff person. They are all placing themselves at risk if we choose not to do these. These have been proven to decrease transmission of the COVID-19 virus. And since we're here talking about rebuilding businesses, it is worth mentioning that the Washington Post published today, Goldman Sachs estimates that we would improve the GDP of this country by 5% if we went to universal mask wearing, because it would avoid future shutdowns. It would be an effective intervention to preserve businesses. So again, Mr. Chair, you may not have control over this behavior, but I would encourage you to continue to encourage your members to wear these faithfully in future sessions, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Yazinski.
Pass.
We have now come to the end of our list. Senator Dibble has requested to make a short closing comment. After he is done, I'll make a short closing comment, and then we will adjourn. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to also express, as Senator Hall and others have, how sorry I am for what's happened to each of you. I expressed earlier the relationship I have with a lot of the businesses in my neighborhood. Likewise, you know, Senator Torres Ray, Senator Hayden. We're in your businesses every day. We see how incredibly hard you work and how you have poured your entire life savings and all of your passion and everything into those businesses. And many of you have become institutions in our community and have become very, very good friends and really a hub of what makes living in Minneapolis, at least, so fantastic. I pledge to you that I will do everything in my power to restore your sense of security, restore your businesses, improve policies that support businesses, but also improve public safety in a manner that really creates a common sense of investment in everyone in our community so that everyone can feel safe. I hope that this exercise that we're on over the next 6 hearings isn't simply trotting businesses out to make use of a political agenda to benefit one party. I hope we're not using you by calling you up to pour out your hearts here in front of us. I'm here in all good faith and sincerity. I just want to reassure you of that. And just to let members know, there is no excuse for what happened. Those days, and over a week of what we experienced in Minneapolis is nothing I would ever want to repeat in my entire life. I don't know if members know that, I live at the far west end of Lake Street. We had a little bit of mayhem in Uptown. The qualitative nature of it was different than what happened further down at Nicollet and further down at Chicago and further down at Minnehaha. But one evening, we knew that things were getting out of hand. There were people coming from other places to make trouble. And so my husband and I stayed up with our windows open so that we could hear everything that was going on around us. And sure enough, something came up. We heard some disturbance downstairs. We looked, we saw some guys running through our parking lot. We ran downstairs and we saw a young woman chasing them. We got down there, they were gone, she was there, she had already recovered 3 cans of accelerants that had been put in the various dumpsters around our parking lot, and then while we were down there with her, she went and found 2 more cans of gasoline in our dumpsters. And so then we proceeded to stay up every night for the next 3 nights. I got almost no sleep because between working with Senator Dietzig to field all of the incoming emails from our constituents and business owners that were alerting us to what was happening around them, that then we were fueling to the MAC, and my defying the curfew to patrol my block. Fortunately, I didn't get arrested by the police the way my good friend Ethan did, who was arrested, as well as more of his counterparts were arrested defending the global marketplace and Midtown condos. It was a terrible series of events that warrant scrutiny, but a comprehensive scrutiny. What happened? Who was doing what? Where? When? What was going on with law enforcement? I'll just tell you that I saw 4 squad cars just hanging out at Bidet McCoskall while everything was going to hell further down Lake Street. What is that about? I mean, I hope we can ask those kinds of questions. They were just sitting there. They rolled away at about 10 miles an hour when they did finally decide to move. Meanwhile, things were going literally to hell in a handbasket a mile away. So I hope those are the kinds of questions we can ask and we can get answers to. When someone says, call the mayor, call the governor, what is that about? So I really do want to get to the truth of what happened, but I really do want to just leave with the message that our small businesses make our city great, and I can't even fathom how hard you work, like I said before, and I really, really want to restore you to wholeness because we need to get our neighborhoods back and our city back and make things build back better and build on those good news stories that we saw every day after the sun came up and people just turned out in droves to just repair the damage, not just the physical damage, but the psychosocial damage by reaching out and connecting with each other. It was a beautiful thing, and that tells me that we have a strong, resilient, amazing city, and we're going to build on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dibble. First of all, to the staff and the members that came in today, I do want to thank you for coming in and participating. I do appreciate your suggestions. I have made note. But I do want to make mention so that you folks that have come in to listen, we have a rule in the Senate where we don't question the motive of senators. And when Senator Dibble made mention that he hoped you had not been brought in here to be used for political purposes, I just want you to know from me to you that I had no intention whatsoever of asking you to come in here to testify and tell us what had happened to you and do it for or from a political motive. That simply is not true. I think that senators on both sides of the aisle are extremely concerned about what went on in these riots that began with Mr. Floyd's murder and all of the rioting that occurred and the damage to property that followed for the next week. I don't know if there is fault to be laid out at any one person, or maybe it's the system that didn't react correctly. You know, I don't know. That is the purpose of what we're trying to do, and this was the first step in trying to tackle some of the most difficult issues that I could possibly imagine. And when I say issues, I mean plural. This entire situation cannot be solved by simply talking about one topic such as police reform. There is a whole lot more going on here than just the Minneapolis Police Department. And it is my hope that by having a series of hearings on one of those issues, that maybe we'll get close to the truth. And the issue that I am trying to shine a light on is the rioting and the looting and the violence, the criminal activity that you folks have had to live through. It's just absolutely unimaginable where I live. So, in conclusion, I want to sincerely thank each and every one of you for coming in today. We have listened and listened hard to what you have had to tell us. I truly feel sorry for what you have had to go through. I will join with Senator Dibble in trying to find an answer to help you in any way that we can. But what you have gone through is just unimaginable. I just, you know, when I watched it, I was just stunned. That did not look like Minnesota to me. So thank you very much for coming in, sharing your stories as to what happened to you and what you are facing in the future. Thank you very much for wanting to stay and rebuild and try and make Minnesota a better place. So again, thank you very much for coming in. Members, with that, we are adjourned.